Testing again. Is that working okay? Terrific. Okay. All right, well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the Viva EES hearings. Just a couple of preliminary matters from the committee this morning in terms of timetabling. Firstly, I think we'll deal with the easy one first. So the Wadawurrung have confirmed that they are available for 12 p.m. on Friday and that they're not intending to come into the city for that session. So we are proposing to do the session online. Now, we won't actually need Ken for that session. We'll circulate a link just to the people who are going to be participating in that session, noting that it's a fairly small group of people, and we can record that session ourselves on Teams. So we've got a record of it, but we won't be putting that on Engage Vic, obviously, because it is a closed session. So you should receive a link for that Friday session from Planning Panels Victoria shortly. Any advance on submissions for week 3?
Can I just stay on that first matter for a moment?
Yes.
I've had a text correspondence with Mr. Coronius. I know I can get written answers. I've left the 12 p.m. as we're waiting to hear back, get confirmation.
Mm-hmm.
On the last correspondence, it was problematic, but he could do written answers.
Right.
But I was going to come back with him, and I can speak to it when we had confirmation of the time. But we're keen to lock it in.
Yep.
But can I just flag that I'll need to track him down, and I hope to speak to him directly, not just via text, to see how we can organise an online for 12 o'clock on Friday.
Okay.
But if we can't,
We've got a backup
is there any
plan?
chance we can use the backup of telegraphing some questions and me
Yes.
getting the answers?
Yep.
Thanks very much.
Not a problem at all. But look, I think irrespective of whether Mr. Coronios is available,
we do that time.
we'll do that session. We
Yeah.
can hear your submissions.
Yeah.
Are you intending to file a written submission?
Look, I was, well, on the prospect that you may not have wanted a session, we were preparing, we could do a one-pager. Because it's just a in-camera session, I don't really have much to add to what we've filed. So
Yes,
I'd
okay.
probably just be quite happy to address you in the session.
Yep.
And if in the scenario that I can't get Mr. Coronius into the session, and it emerged in that time that you had some questions, another option would be to ask you questions after the session, or
Yeah.
and we can go and get answers for
Yeah.
you, or see if he's available some other time.
I mean, it may well be that some of the questions we had for Mr. Coronius you could address
Sure.
anyway.
I
So let's just
hope
play
so.
that one by ear.
Thanks very much.
And see how
Yeah.
we go.
Okay.
Okay, submissions for week 3. Have you had the opportunity to have a conversation between the school and the proponent as to how we're going to run that?
We have. I'm happy to take the running on that. So if you go to the week 3 timetable,
Mm-hmm.
what's presently scheduled is the school on Monday the 13th for 3 hours,
Yes.
and on Friday the 17th, Viva has a closing submission for 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
In substance, the change to the timetable is essentially to swap those, so that Viva makes its submissions, its substantive submissions, at the start of the submissions week.
Yep.
The school slots in on the last day. You'll see that that's a swap of 3 hours versus 4 hours. But we think that there's a bit of tweaking in the timetable that's possible as well. I haven't discussed this with my learned friend, but we've been going through the timetables, just sort of looking at different opportunities, certainly not wanting the task and not suggesting that we could do it better than Ms. Selvaraj. But it does seem to us there are some economies. So, for example, Geelong Sustainability is David Spears for 1 hour on that first day. But also David Spears appears in the in the timetable on Wednesday the 15th for 5 minutes. So it may be possible to gain some economies there.
Mhm.
We also understand that the number of the people in the list, well, not a number, some of the people in the list might be students of the school who have independently put in submissions like they did the last time.
Yes.
We're going to try and make some inquiries about that and see whether there are economies there that might enable you to create spots in the timetable for others.
Okay.
But in substance, we would leave all other things the same so that the EPA would address you after Viva on the Tuesday and would also have a slot on the last day, and that instead of Viva having 4 hours on the last day, it would have a more in the nature of a closing reply after all things are in.
Yes. Okay.
I think I've fairly summarised that.
You have. The option that we contemplated was the committee had indicated that one option was to extend over to the Monday, and we are grateful to the school and agree that the utilisation of the time on the 10th is a sensible sensible time for I beg your pardon, the day 10, which is Monday the 13th,
Yep.
is a sensible time for us to make our submissions, and that time works. If the school then closes on what is day 14, Friday,
Mm-hmm.
it seems to us that it may be necessary to extend over to the Monday, and our closing would be the Monday.
The Monday.
That way there's adequate time to address that and any other matters.
Yeah, we don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, it seems to us that that week is really a 5-day week in early January, and that there'd be some benefit in our closing or our reply, if you like, being on the Monday, and we address any other residual matters on that.
Yeah, sorry,
Yep.
I agree with that.
And
Me
we don't
too.
mind whether it's in Geelong or Melbourne.
Yes.
One of the works.
That sounds very sensible to me. Just to clarify, so EPA still has a 30-minute closing on the Friday.
Yes.
How long do you want for that? Do you want that submission on the Friday plus a closing, or you'd wrap it all up into
we'll
one?
try and do everything all together in one hit.
Yes, and you would
I think we
want,
talked about at the directions here in a reply, like a narrow reply, in the event that anything new emerged from
yeah,
the closing. But I mean, I don't need you to timetable that. If we're coming back on the Monday and the need arises, we'll raise it. But,
Yeah.
And you'll tell me if I can or not.
so 3 hours,
The slot's effectively a reply slot anyway.
3 hours for you on the Friday.
Yeah, I think 3 hours is enough.
Yes,
I think Viva, your timetable at the moment has Viva at 4 hours. We'd be happy to take that time, but hope to do it in less
okay.
orally.
All right, well, we might leave it as a 4-hour slot. Would it make sense, though, just for the school to go first up and EPA to do its closing after?
I don't
Just
mind.
After lunch?
We're amenable to that. We
Yep.
don't mind. Yes, as the timetable currently provides us with 1.5 hours to make our substantive submission, if you like, and then also gives us a brief right of reply. So as long as those two options remain open to us, we are amenable to whatever suits the proponent, the school and the committee.
Yeah,
We do agree with you that it does make sense for that to come after us. Otherwise, the EPA would be addressing twice
yes,
before we have a say,
yeah.
Quite.
and then not after us. So
And assuming, well, it sounds like that is okay. You could shift to the afternoon for your closing submission on that
Certainly.
Friday.
That's not a problem.
This is all working out very well. Okay. I'm hoping Sarah V got notes of all of that she can pass on to Amy, and we'll issue a version 3 timetable hopefully later today. Are there any other preliminary matters we needed? Oh, yes, we will need to, I think it would still be good to do the closing submission in person if we can. So if you're able to make inquiries with Deakin as to whether we could extend the booking by 1 day, and just let us know how you go. Otherwise, we do have a provisional booking in the PPV hearing room, just in case you couldn't get Deakin. So we'll have somewhere to come together for closing submissions. But yeah, let's see if we can do it in Geelong. Okay. Any preliminary matters for the parties to raise before we get started today? Ms.
Just
John.
one thing from the EPA, just as a matter of courtesy, we note that there will be evidence in the space of migratory birds later this afternoon. That's not an environmental effect that's within EPA's remit, so you won't have the benefit of our presence for that presentation, but I just wanted to let you know out of courtesy.
Thank you.
And from us, Ms. Collingwood has the carriage of the next parts of the case, and if it please you, I'll take my leave.
Okay, thank you. Anything from the proponent?
No.
No?
No, we're ready to move to the topic at hand.
To Mr. Rawlings. Okay, we have anticipated that we're going to need Mr. Rawlings' evidence statement, his PowerPoint presentation, and also ready access to Chapter 5 and Technical Report C. So we've
Yes.
got all that ready to go.
Thank you. I was just going to start by making some brief opening remarks. And the first thing I was going to do is an audit, if you like, of documents that are relevant to this topic. And you've already identified a number of those. Obviously, Technical Report C to the supplementary statement is the relevant technical appendix. Document 25, which is Technical Note 3, being the response to the EPA's submission, contains some materials or some responses that are relevant to air. So we note that document. Document 30, of course, is Mr. Rawlings' witness statement. Document 48 is the day one mitigation measures. They may be relevant depending on what's explored. And the last document that I've identified is document 70, being Mr. Rawlings' presentation that he'll obviously talk to this morning. The only other document I was going to mention for present purposes is document 65, which is our opening submissions. You'll have seen that there's a section where we identify certain high-level propositions in respect of air emissions. We rely upon that written work, and I won't walk you through it. What I did want to do, though, by way of introducing this topic, is start with the relevant ministerial direction, and that's direction 11. And it provided that the proponent must undertake sensitivity testing on the air quality modelling to confirm that operational impacts on air quality would be acceptable. And then it goes on to identify 3 particular things to consider. The first is the significance of the wake effects of the FSRU. The second is a worst case scenario for air emissions, but based on the use of best available technology. And the third is the implications of bubble limits and stack specific limits for sensitive receptors. And I just wanted to make some opening remarks about those 3 topics in particular. The first thing that we'd observe is that in many respects, direction 11, that is the direction as it concerns air emissions, is perhaps the most limited of the directions that were made by the Minister in respect of the supplementary assessment. As you will have observed, the direction is limited exclusively to sensitivity testing and sensitivity testing of those 3 discrete scenarios that were identified. And the direction from the Minister corresponds directly with the recommendation that was made by the IAC in the first report, and that recommendation was set out in section 13.7 of the IAC's report. We'll hear in a moment from Mr. Rawlings, who is the Technical Director at ACOM, who oversaw the preparation of the sensitivity testing, that is Technical Report C. Mr. Rawlings also performed the same role in respect of the original assessment, and you no doubt recall gave evidence at the first hearing. If we turn to the first direction, that direction required sensitivity analysis having regard to the significance of wake effects. And here, consistent with the IAC's recommendation, the analysis that's been performed and documented within the technical report considers different makes of vessel, and it also considers different orientations in respect of those vessels. And as we'll hear in a moment, that modelling shows relatively little variation between the different scenarios that were tested. But the point that I did want to identify at the outset is that whilst different orientations of the FSRU and LNG carriers were tested for the purposes of the sensitivity analysis, it's important to understand that there are various factors that necessarily inform the orientation, the ultimate orientation of the FSRU and the LNG carriers. If the committee is able to turn to page 16 of Technical Report C, we might arrange for that to be on the screen. It's hard copy page 16, PDF page 27.
Okay, 27.
You'll see that there, for each of the relevant modelling scenarios, you have the FSRU and the LNG carrier alongside. And if you just focus on the top two images there, you'll see that one demonstrates, or one that shows a configuration wherein the bow, the front of the vessel, faces southeast, that is outwards, if you like, toward the port. And the second shows the bow facing northwest, that is into land, effectively.
Mm-hmm.
And what one sees in the modelling is, as a consequence of the relevant rear part of the boat being closer to the shore, some differentiation in the modelled outcomes. What we did want to make clear, though, is that for safety reasons, it's necessary for the southeast orientation to be implemented. And so, as you can imagine, in the event of an emergency scenario and the vessels needing to leave their berth, it's imperative that they be able to leave under their own propulsion in a forward motion, rather than having to somehow undertake a complex manoeuvre so as to face out to the bay. So whilst we've included that scenario in the sensitivity analysis, the most relevant scenario for the purposes of the IAC's assessment is the southeast orientation. Now, the second requirement called up under the Minister's directions called for worst case scenario analysis utilising best available technology. And the committee will no doubt recall that in the EES, the modelling was undertaken based upon emissions rates utilised or corresponding to candidate engines and boilers. And those candidate engines and boilers were identified in the previous IAC report as being best practice or equivalent to best available technology. And so those same emission rates have been utilised for the purposes of the worst case testing in accordance with the Minister's direction. The committee may also recall that on the previous occasion there were 6 different scenarios that were tested, and those 6 different scenarios considered different configurations of vessels and different operating parameters. The 6th of those scenarios, as tested previously, has been shown and adopted for the purposes of the supplementary statement as being a worst case scenario. In fact, it's really a worse than worst case scenario, because it assumes that the vessel would operate at peak capacity for 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, over the entirety of the 5-year modelling period. And so we wanted to observe at the outset that even that worst case scenario, we're in quite comfortable compliance with the relevant criteria as demonstrated, really needs to be understood as a worse than worst case scenario, having regard to the way in which the vessel will operate in practice, having regard to seasonal demand and the like, and we can come to explore that further in evidence. The only other matter that I wanted to identify in respect of the task that was completed in the supplementary statement concerns the third of the sensitivity tests, and that was the test that was undertaken to explore the implications of bubble limits and stack-specific limits for sensitive receptors. And that analysis, that is that sensitivity analysis, is recorded within the supplementary statement, and we'll let Mr. Rawlings explain the outcome of that assessment. But I did want to indicate at the outset that we've reviewed the EPA's written submission filed in respect of this question, and we've listened carefully to the EPA's oral opening. And we understand the current position on behalf of the EPA to be that it presently prefers only stack limits as opposed to stack limits and bubble limits. And we don't understand the EPA to be calling for further sensitivity analysis. We did want to indicate at the outset that we're happy to work with the EPA in respect of this issue. And we can certainly provide further material if that's considered necessary. But we did want to identify certain aspects of the assessment in opening in an attempt to hopefully clarify certain aspects of what it is that seems to be at the heart of the EPA's concerns in respect of stack as opposed to bubble limits. If you have technical report C to hand, if you're able to turn please to hard copy page 29.
I'm afraid hard copy page numbers aren't much use to us
Okay,
because
let
we've
me-
only got electronic
Let
copy.
me work out what it is. It's PDF page 40.
40.
Yeah, if you can put on this one. What you see firstly there are the stack specific limits that have been nominated in respect of the different point sources of emissions on the FSRU. And those different stack limits relate to the 4 exhaust locations and the 2 boiler locations. And what you see is emission rates expressed as grams per second, then translated into emission limits as in grams per minute. And so the stack specific limits are necessarily short-term limits that correspond with the emission rates that are associated with the candidate engines and boilers that I identified earlier. That is, these are rates that correspond with what the committee previously identified as being best available technology. And so
there's been no evolution in the last 2 years in that technology to make, I think it was the Esperanza was the surrogate ship
Yes.
last time round. That's still
Yes,
regarded
that's
as
correct.
best available technology.
Yes.
Yep.
And so those rates have been utilised for the purposes of the assessment and have been set for the purposes of the stack specific limits, which are necessarily these short-term limits that correspond with the peak rate of operation of the candidate engines and boilers.
So that's at 100% operation.
Correct. Over that short period of time. Now, the bubble limits that have been specified are over the page, and you see them ultimately at tables 10 and 11. And these bubble limits apply not to specific point sources within the FSRU, but instead to the combined emission profile of the FSRU over a year. And rather than corresponding to the worst of the worst case that was modelled, whereby the FSRU would operate peak capacity for 24 hours, 365 days a year, instead the proposed bubble limit has been set to accord with the anticipated operating profile of the FSRU over time. That is to account for the lesser level of production in summer, the slightly elevated level of production in autumn and spring, and the anticipated maximum level of production in winter, as well as very short periods of time where the FSRU would operate at what's described as peak load, being the worst of the worst case for 6 days a year. And what the bubble limit does is effectively constrain the operation of the FSRU over the year-long period so as to ensure that it cannot operate at peak load for 365 days a year, 24 hours, but instead to ensure that it complies with the operating profile that has been the basis of this assessment and the basis of the application. Now, as I understand the EPA's concern, it says, well, the specification of the bubble limit would allow capacity for the FSRU to operate at higher levels of production at certain periods of time than what's contemplated within the application. That is, rather than being 6 days peak load, it may be that the FSRU could operate for 10 or 20 days peak load, but there would need to be a corresponding reduction in output in other times of the year. And the EPA have expressed the view that that is not consistent with the GED, and we'll explore that in the evidence and in submissions. But the point that we wish to make in opening is that we see the bubble limits, at least as proposed in the application, as supplementing the stack-specific limits. The stack-specific limits lock in the best available technology as identified and recognised by the IAC. They're properly expressed as short-term limits. The bubble limits are a supplement to those stack-specific limits and are designed to regulate the operating profile of the FSRU over time. What we think is important to understand is that the modelling demonstrates that even in this highly unrealistic worst case, where we're operating at peak capacity for 5 years continuously, there's very clear compliance with all relevant standards, and we'll come to explain that. And furthermore, that when one has regard to that modelling, relatively minor differential between different modes of operation, such that there really should be no substantive concern about the capacity for there to be flexibility within the bubble, if you like, about how the operating profile of the FSRU eventuates over time. But we say doing away with the bubble limits wouldn't, in fact, achieve the outcome that the EPA hopes to achieve, because what one would be left with is stack-specific limits alone, which are necessarily short-term limits that correspond with the relevant parameters of what is the best available technology. And we would certainly resist any suggestion that the stack-specific limits would need be reduced, that is, the limits expressed over a minute or a second need be reduced, because that would inherently reduce the capacity of the FSRU to operate at its maximum capacity, which, as we'll come to explore, is in fact its most efficient capacity. So if, for example, there was a requirement that the emission limit be reduced, what would need occur is, instead of one train operating at full capacity, you would need to operate 2 trains at a lesser capacity. The overall level of emissions would be the same, that is, the ground level concentrations would be the same, but the facility would operate less efficiently. And in fact, it would be necessary, in order to process the same amount of LNG, to operate the 2 trains at a lesser amount. So really what we're trying to do in opening is identify that we see there being potential perverse outcomes, if you like, in relying exclusively on stack limits, but somehow manipulating the stack limits as a means of governing broader profiles of the operation of the FSRU over time. Now, I said that I wanted to make those submissions to clarify things. I may have complicated things, but we wanted just to make clear at the outset that that's really where we see the key issue as between the EPA and us. And like I said, we're more than happy to explore it with the EPA through the evidence and submissions.
Just before we go to Mr. Rawlings, if I can just clarify from the EPA's opening submission yesterday, you're not concerned about them not meeting the limits, you're concerned about the GED, and that incentivising continuous improvement in emissions rates.
That's correct. Obviously, any emissions limits which EPA sets, if it comes to that, have to be based on a realistic understanding of the operational constraints of the FSRU.
Yes.
It wouldn't be a proper regulatory exercise to impose limits that didn't take into account the reality of the operation of the FSRU. You're right. Our concern about bubble limits in principle is about their capacity to potentially hide brief excessive peaks in emissions from specific emission sources or stacks, because it's a annual limit. And so you could potentially make up for that excessive peak, you know, in time A for the rest of the year. And that because the GED focuses on maximizing emissions at all times so far as is reasonably practicable, that's our concern. But our concern is not, we're not saying necessarily that what's been modelled suggests that the project is going to generate too much emissions. We understand that the emissions generated by the project are dictated by its operational constraints. We understand how those have been, what has been proposed as being their various operational scenarios. We're simply concerned with what the principles of a bubble limit, you know, by their inherent nature, what those implications are for the GED.
But could I just clarify? So my understanding is the proponent's position is we should be adopting a combination of bubble and stack limits.
Yes, that's the way the application was advanced. Yes.
Yes. And the EPA's position is that we should adopt stack limits alone with no bubble limit.
Yes, but and what has been modelled in technical report C are stack specific limits, which, as Mr. Chessel has indicated, have been based on the worst of the worst case scenario. So as I understand it, what's modelled in the material isn't necessarily what the emission rates would be from each stack when it's operating in its open loop modes or the other modes that it's going to be operating in for a larger number of days per year, as per what the proponent has put forward in terms of its operating scenarios. So the stack specific limits that EPA would be considering in working with the proponent towards achieving would obviously have to reflect that those operational scenarios. Okay. So it's likely that there would be a stack specific limit for each source, but then it's also possible in similar licenses like this where there would be an overall annual limit for each of those stacks, which then, and that would take into account the realistic operational scenarios, and it would obviously be less than the maximum set for each stack. Yes. And so that would still provide the proponent with operational flexibility to respond to the varying demand for gas, which is, you know, indisputable, without allowing them this annual bubble limit where they can then have what we say there's the potential for there to be to hide brief periods of excessive emissions over a year.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly before we launch into the evidence.
Yes.
That the EPA would propose for each point source.
Yes, there would be a limit for each point source. So that is,
you'd have your 1 minute limit.
Yes.
For your
yes,
maximum...
it would be expressed similarly to what's in table 9. So it would be a grams per second and a grams per minute limit. You would use those figures to then turn that into a yearly figure. I'm not a maths aficionado, but yes, but it would be a maximum emissions limit for each stack.
Yes.
And then there would also be noting the operational scenarios and the fact that the FSRU is not proposing to be operating at peak load, all 6 engines at 100% load all of the time. There would then be an annual limit per stack again.
Yes.
That reflected those operational considerations. So in the same way that the proponent has calculated the bubble limits based on its operational scenario, so 90 days in this loop,
yes,
6 months in another loop, or something. That's anyway, 90 days. Yes, rough. You know what I'm getting at. That's what the annual limit over the top would reflect. So it would necessarily be lower than the maximum for each exhaust or boiler.
Yes.
And so that's how they would work together. But they wouldn't be bubble limits because they wouldn't be collective for all of the sources. Yes. It would be source specific. So we say that would enable much more immediate or ready discernment of whether there'd been any excess emissions from
Yep.
any of those sources.
Okay.
And you know, we're not talking about the refinery or another facility where there are a very large number of output sources, because those are facilities that EPA does have to license, and the considerations are obviously different. Here we're talking about 6 outputs,
Yep.
4 engines and 2 boilers.
Yep. Okay. That's been really helpful for me.
Happy to assist.
Thank
It's-
you.
No, thanks. That's helpful to me. Okay, well, we might move to the evidence and
Yes.
if that's okay.
Yep.
Okay, we have Mr. Rawlings ready to go. Mr. Rawlings, you're connected to the system and can share your
I'm
presentation when we're
connected
ready?
up, so I can share whenever you need me to start.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. Before you do that, can you please state your full name
I'm David James Rawlings.
and can you explain what role you hold with AECOM?
I'm a technical director in air quality, so air quality practice lead within ANZ for AECOM,
And from where do you conduct your practice?
Newcastle.
Okay. You prepared a witness statement for the purposes of this committee hearing. It's dated the 20th of November. At table 2, you set out your relevant qualifications and expertise. Could you briefly summarise those, please? for the
Yeah,
benefit of the
Bachelor of
committee?
Chemical Engineering and a certified air quality professional through Clean Air Society of Australia and New Zealand.
Can you please explain what role you played in the preparation of the original technical report in the EES and what role you played in respect of the preparation of technical report C as contained within the supplementary?
Yeah, certainly. My role is overview peer review to make sure that all the methods being used, the data being used is appropriate for the impact assessment being undertaken. So I review the data that's been prepared. I didn't actually do the data preparation itself, but made sure that the data being prepared is appropriate. The assumptions that have been made are appropriate, and that the report that goes out is at a standard that's reasonable for what we're doing.
Do you have any corrections or modifications that you'd like to make to your written report?
No.
Do you adopt it then as a summary of your evidence before this committee?
Yes.
I'll invite you to now please turn to your presentation.
Sure.
There might be a few questions that arise as we go through.
Absolutely. Okey-doke. Minimize that. Okay, good to kick off there. Everyone's- Yep, excellent. Okay, yeah, so no need for introductions. That's all sorted out. So yeah, so just going to be clicking through this presentation. So I'll go backwards a little bit, but I'll try not to sort of go over well-trodden ground as much as possible. So realistically, from my perspective, what we're talking about here today is the air pollution that will be released from the operations of from the FSRU and the LNG carrier, and the boilers, and the effects that may have on the air shed around the bay, and particularly the receptors that are associated with both the residences and the industrial areas. So that's the initial EES was prepared and reviewed in 2022. The Minister for Planning issued directions for additional work to be undertaken, which is what we're here talking about today. So as we've spoken about today, we've undertaken the sensitivity analysis, looked at the significance of the wake effects, the worst case scenario for air quality based on the best available technology, and the implications of bubble limits and stack specific limits, which we'll get into a little bit later and talk a bit more about that. Looking at the scope for what we did. So in terms of sensitivity analysis and the sensitivity to wake effects, we really sort of looked at documented and summarised the differences between different arrangements for 4 different FSRUs. So I really wanted to understand whether a different FSRU would have a different wake effect and how that relates to air quality. So we've tested that. We've modelled the emissions with different settings, with several different ship configurations. So as we talked about, facing northwest and southeast. When we talk about which one's worst case and whatnot, we need to obviously take into context about the safety and whatnot. We are talking about the worst case. So we are talking about the one that's facing the south, with the bow facing the southeast. So the sensitivity second part was the discussion about the worst case scenario for air emissions, and that really also relates to part A, because the part A also identifies which is the worst case from a ship configuration perspective. So that's really sort of a bit of a sort of overlap between the two. And then we also talk about the frequency of recurrence analysis using time varying data, because it's really important to understand when we're talking about air quality, we often assess the worst case. And so the worst case concentration may be due to a very short term, very rare meteorological condition. And so it's really important to understand all of the data in context. So we've got a couple of brief summaries in there on that, talking about the concentration occurrence. And then we talk about the sensitivity testing and with regards to bubble limits and stack specific limits, where we talk about the various items we were discussing earlier regarding limits and bubble limits and stack limits and bubble limits, and then comparing some of the results as a result of applying a bubble limit as opposed to a stack limit. Jumping into the wake effects, so the original EES in 2022 had a statement saying sensitivity analyses show that dispersion patterns from the FSRU are highly dependent on wake effects. Kind of putting that in context, what that really was talking about was the fact that whether wake effects were used or not used is whether the wake effects were affecting it. Sensitivity analysis in that earlier EES showed that they did have an effect, and as a result, we thought it's appropriate to use those wake effects throughout any modelling. And so wake effects have been applied throughout all modelling subsequent to that sensitivity analysis. That's all been carried forward. So really the original EES also asserted that variations to dimensions in the FSRU may affect the wake effects as well. And so that assertion is really what's being tested in the EES. So getting stuck into the numbers, there were 4 ships. So with the Esperanza, the Tundra, Igloo, and Integrity were identified as candidate ships for potentially use in this facility. What we found when we went and obtained all the dimensions was that the Tundra, Igloo, and Integrity, they were all literally identical, and so they were all cut from the same cloth. So there was no point in obviously doing that much work. So the assumption is that the Esperanza and the Gola ship dimensions, which represents all 3 ships, they were used for the analysis. So it kind of cut down a little bit of the sort of the verbiage, so we didn't have to keep discussing the 3. And just a little bit more reiterating there that the ship configurations both are modelled facing southeast and northwest, noting that the ships with bow facing northwest are not expected to be feasible for safety reasons. And results were compared in terms of both concentration contours and maximum ground level concentrations at receptors, and both with different receptors. Now, talking about receptors, just as a quick recap, these are the receptors that were modelled through the EES and the SEES and all subsequent work. So you can see there's a ring of receptors on the outside. All the receptors from receptor 1 through to receptor 26 are classed as residential receptors or sensitive receptors, and so that represents anything from a residence to a school to any sort of hospital or any highly sensitive location. Receptors 27 to 31, they were industrial receptors, and so whilst it's important to have good air quality in industrial settings, it is also a different sort of situation from an industrial perspective. So the highest concentrations, just as a note, the highest concentrations were at this receptor number 30, and that's not surprisingly right at the end of the wharf. So that was the closest receptor, and it had all the highest concentrations. We've discussed a lot of these results in terms of the individual receptors as we go on anyway. Wake sensitivity analysis. So this is probably
just before you move on to that,
yeah.
can you just confirm which of the scenarios that you tested has been adopted for the purposes of the wake effect sensitivity analysis?
Yeah, for the wake effect sensitivity analysis, we actually tested all both two ships with two orientations. So they're both ships were tested for northwest and southeast.
And what operating profile did you assume in
worst case? The worst case operating profile, which is the four engines operating 100% capacity and 2 boilers operating at 100% capacity. which is corresponding to the closed loop scenario.
All right, thank you.
So as you can see on those plots, this shows the concentrations, the maximum concentrations for each of the scenarios model. And so they're grouped together like that because you can see there the groupings take into account for each receptor, the Esperanza with bow facing southeast northwest and the Gola bow facing southeast and northwest. So it's just a good way of being able to have a quick comparison between the two ships and the two orientations. So what we can see here is overall there's not an awful lot of difference between them. There is a difference between the bow facing southeast and the bow facing northwest, and you can see that particularly for receptor 30 is probably the only one that shows the greatest difference between the two, and which is not surprising because it's the closest receptor to the actual to the sources, so it would have the highest difference. You can see for pretty much all of the sensitive receptor locations, the difference is fairly minor. It's worth noting here also with these plots, they need to be taken into context with the actual ERS criteria as well. If the ERS criteria were plotted on this plot as well, the criteria is about 150 for the NO2, which is the plot on the left, and it will kind of squish up all of those column plots, and that would actually show that the differences are very minor. And it's not a real material difference between a lot of the actual orientations and ships. And that's even more particularly shown by the PM10 concentrations, where it's really the only location that shows any significant really difference between any of the ships is really that receptor 30 again, which is the one closest to the wharf. Moving on to the analysis of the contours. So these ones here, these concentration contours need to be understood again in the context of what they represent. They're not a single hour in time. They're an amalgam of the whole data set. And so we need to sort of look at the general shape of the contours and understand those. Looking at the contours, you do see some very minor differences, and you can sort of see the Esperanza facing southeast. It's got a slightly higher concentration in closer to the shore, which is again not surprising considering the proximity of the sources. But generally speaking, the shape of the contours are very, very similar. You wouldn't be expected to notice any major differences in those patterns. The Gola, again, very similar story. It's a very similar contours, some minor differences due to the orientation, but overall not very different. So from the wake effect sensitivity analysis, the overall findings are, although the Esperanza with his bow facing southeast along the LNG carrier represented the worst case for ground level pollution, the material differences between the alternative operational scenarios was fairly minor in the overall sense. So we're kind of picking out the Esperanza and saying it was the worst, but it was only worse by a fairly small amount. All model pollutants, they're predicted to comply with the relevant ERS criteria by similar margin to all sensitive industrial and gridded receptor locations. Obviously, some had slightly higher than others, but that's really due to their proximity. The findings they're consistent with what were found in the original EES. No real change in the conclusions or findings as a result of the sensitivity. It really just backed up what we kind of already knew, that the concentrations were going to be relatively low, and as a result, no conclusions changed. The operational impacts of the FSRU on air quality utilising any of the model ship types of configuration would be acceptable even after considering the significance of the wake effects of the FSRU. That said, that's only in the context of air quality. So we need to take into context the safety of the port safety aspects as well. So they need to make a quick getaway. They obviously need to be facing southeast. Moving on to the worst case scenario for air quality. This one really also, as I've said, it's really sort of doubles up with information from the previous recommendation. But what we need to understand here is that air emissions from an FSRU, they're directly proportional to the number of engines and boilers required to meet the market demand. So if the market demand is low, you don't have four engines running at a low level. The idea would be to have one train operating at a higher rate, because the higher the rate that each engine runs, the higher the better the efficiency. So the idea is that the engines and the boilers, they would operate depending on what's needed, and then as a result, they would be ideally at their highest have a configuration at their highest operational capacity. So that would be the intent. And given that the highest emissions for the same FSRU are expected to occur during peak load scenario, when all 4 engines and 2 boilers are running at 100% load. The worst case, getting back to the worst case configuration. So the worst case configuration is the Esperanza, as we said, with its bow facing southeast, and this has been assessed throughout the SEES, and so we've carried that forward through the analysis for the results. The worst case results were examined using time series concentration data. The reason this is done is because we know that background air pollution concentrations do vary with time. And so when we're doing dispersion modelling, we model it on the basis of measured meteorology. And so those background pollution concentrations are related to the background meteorology as well. So it's a good way to be able to sort of tie in meteorology, the background pollution concentrations, and the emission rates that you are modelling from whatever source you're modelling. The results from this analysis, again, were consistent with the EES, so that they were well in compliance. In addition to the worst case pollutant concentrations, which we talked about a minute ago, the frequency of occurrence of the pollutant concentrations were examined. This is important to understand those concentrations in context. And so I've just pulled one of the tables. This is table 7 out of the SEES. And this one really shows the occurrence of high concentration. So when we do our assessment, we base our assessment on the worst case, or sometimes a percentile, which might be the 8th worst case, or things like that. When you look at these results here, you can see that for receptor 30, for example, which is the worst case receptor.
Just remind us, where is that located?
At the end of the wharf.
Yep.
It's up for over almost 97% of the time, the concentration is less than 5 micrograms, which given the background pollution concentrations, you wouldn't be able to discern, wouldn't be discernible from the background. So basically what they're saying is that for 97% of the time, you have a negligible emission concentration from the actual operations. Now, if you look down the list, that goes down to one concentration at 65 to 75 micrograms, which, when that's taken into account with the background pollution concentration, still complies significantly with the ERS. But again, that occurs once over a 5-year period. So that sort of is suggesting it's more due to an unusual meteorological condition rather than a pattern of high concentrations. So that's sort of that really puts that into context as to, although there are some elevated concentrations that are mentioned in various places within the report, those concentrations are based on the worst case, and this sort of demonstrates that the worst case concentrations only occur very, very infrequently, and that needs to be understood. Now, any questions on that before I move on?
Oh, just one from me, the non-technical air pollution dummy. On that previous slide, you had a thick black line.
Oh,
does that?
That's a formatting.
So between the 35 to 45 and the 45 to 55, does that represent the ERS?
No, the ERS is actually not on here. The ERS is 150 for the NO2. So I think that's a formatting. It's a form.
Oh, okay. So I shouldn't read anything into the thick black line.
It did, yeah. Because when I went back, I saw that myself. Went back and checked it in the report, and it was okay. I think it was a PDFing thing.
Okay.
So
gotcha.
Yeah, it's a good question because I saw that too. And went,
What's the relevant ERS for the? Oh, they're both NOx, are they?
Yeah, both NO2.
Okay.
Yeah, one's occurrence and one's percentage.
Okay.
So yeah, that's well below. So the ERS is 150, and
right.
just Later on, we'll talk also about NO2 criteria, and the NO2 criteria in Victoria at 150 is low compared to world standards. So we're complying with a low standard that is probably world's best practice in terms of regulatory criteria.
Okay. I think we've got another question here. You've got your mic on. Yep.
I've got my mic on. I've got a question around when you're calculating these frequencies of occurrence, you're feeding in meteorological data. Is that hourly or daily meteorological data over this 5-year period?
Hourly.
It's hourly data.
Yeah.
And where is that measured?
It's measured in a couple of different locations, and so that's most of the monitoring data is taken from either the station down at Geelong or the station up at the AQMS in ambient air quality monitoring station at Viva. So there's several different locations around there.
Right. So you've fed in that hourly data for a period of 5 years.
Yep.
How have you overlaid the potential operation of the facility on top of that?
The facility, Viva facility.
Yes.
Yeah, that's taken into account through the ambient air quality monitoring stations, because they have background pollution monitoring stations.
So no, sorry, I mean of the FSRU, right? Because
of the FSRU. Okay.
Because you've had to overlay the potential operation with these meteorological conditions, which I assume is wind speed and direction predominantly for the purpose of the modelling.
Yep.
And then you've overlaid the operations on top of that, or you've overlaid only the worst case operation.
Yeah, only the worst case operation.
Right. So there's no diversity in terms of operation, which you've also overlaid in sort of like a Monte Carlo analysis type approach. No.
Pretty much. That's essentially what it is. Yeah, we're saying what's the worst, what you're essentially testing the worst case meteorology across a widest range possible of meteorology.
So you mean worst case operation over a wide range of meteorology?
Correct. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So you haven't then used a diversity of operation on top of the meteorology?
No, not for the worst case analysis. No.
Yeah. So the table you've got here is based on worst case analysis only, overlaid on top of that. So
correct.
If you overlaid the actual operational profile on top of real meteorology, it would be even less than that.
Yeah, it would be. It is, and it is substantially lower. We'll have a look at it a bit later. To sort of at the annual average. And the annual average is a good example of to be able to try and understand exactly that phenomenon. And it really sort of shows that the actual number of the concentration comes down. So what that infers is that the number of concentrations at the higher levels would be less, and as a result, the model that would represent actual operation would likely result in a much lower concentrations.
Yeah, because you need the worst case operation to actually line up with the worst case day in order to get that effect.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it might be that the worst case operation was on a good day meteorologically.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Moving on to the bubble limit stack limit analysis. So we've been through a lot of this stuff, so I don't want to dwell on this too much. The bubble limit was investigated, and the aim was to sort of look at try and get that operational parameters into play here, so that we're not sort of saying it's worst case 24/7, because that's obviously a highly unrealistic expectation. So what we looked at was the 90 days of the summer for assuming open loop, 179 days during spring and autumn open loop, 90 days during winter operations for open loop, and 6 days 6 days during peak load, which would be closed, which would be a closed loop. Now, the thing to consider here is that whilst we've got different operational modes, whether those are open loop or closed loop, the actual engines themselves, it's fairly simple. That they are either the engines are operating or the engines aren't operating. So when the engines are operating, they're operating at whatever capacity they operate at, which the highest the better. So just needs to be understood that whether they're open loop or closed loop, they're just engines or boilers. And sorry.
When you say highest is better, you mean that's more efficient?
More efficient.
Yep.
That's right. But also, I think it was also important to add into not only the trying to limit the operational days of emission, but also to make sure that there is a limit there to say, okay, you can't just go and operate at full tilt. So the idea is go if the mind you, it's kind of hard in this case because the best case is 100% capacity. So if the engine's operating at 100% capacity and you have 4 of them operating plus your boilers operating at your worst case, which is the 6-day peak load, you can't really go any further than that. Is probably my point to make here. Because once you're at 100%, you're at 100%. I mean, I don't know the engineering specifications well enough, whether they can go above that, but I doubt it. From good normal operations, it can only go to 100%. And that's the peak operation that it can operate at. And so that was assumed for the 6-day peak load. Obviously, the analysis showed that the combined limits scenario with the bubble limit would result in a lower overall annual emissions and lower ground level annual average concentrations of sensitive receptors as compared to the use of stack specific limits. Now, how that worked was that the stack specific limits themselves were assumed that they were all operating at 100%, 365 for 5 years. So again, you're comparing an expected operational profile to a highly conservative operational profile with just limits applied. So when the operational profile limits were applied with the stack limits and compared to the stack only specific limits, it was roughly about the annual pollution load was around about 30% of the bubble limit load was about 30% of the overall stack limit load. So it's quite a significant difference. In terms of the...
Can I just ask you a question? Is that what you're effectively showing in table 5.4 in chapter 5, air quality?
Yes, I believe so. Just have a look at that one.
That's where you're 30%.
Yeah, they've done whereas 488 for
NOx.
the NOx.
Yep, and 145 for the combination stack
That's
plus
it.
bubble.
Yeah, that's the exact spot. Yep.
It's table 12 of the technical report. It's the same. I think it's the same table.
I think it's the same table. Yeah.
And can I just ask a question, coming back to the conversation we had before we started with you, the EPA. So you've compared a stack limit at operating at full bore for 365 days a year for 5 years.
Yep.
The EPA is talking about that for short-term limits, but also annual averages for each stack to reflect the more seasonal nature of the operating scenario. Did you compare that? No.
No, we haven't looked. I mean, I think it will be subtly different but similar to
the bubble limit.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
right. Yeah, we haven't looked at that yet. No.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean the other thing to say is applicability of bubble limits subject to the development license statutory approval process, and I'm happy to work with EPA with regards to which way that goes. So that's in terms of recommended mitigation measures, the air quality impacts during shutdown and maintenance, which is the liquid fueled scenario. They were modelled and they've showed they're unlikely to cause significant adverse impacts on human health and surrounding environment, and both in terms of the emissions from those scenarios, but also due to the fact that low shutdown frequency that occurs very, very infrequently, and also and as I said, the predicted lower compliant concentrations of the liquid fueled scenario. There are options obviously for reducing pollution from engines like this. However, things like selective catalytic reduction and the like, they're intended for applications where things are operating continuously, and so they're not really designed to be put in place for things that are in short-term applications. So they have sort of spin up time, and then they have to come to an equilibrium with things like the ammonia injection and whatnot to make sure that you don't actually have an ammonia problem as a result of a poorly designed or poorly operated mitigation equipment. So from this perspective, there's not really any other mitigation measures that are recommended from a physical perspective. In terms of operational, I think that we have thought about there is a potential for operating this at a time when the winds are blowing away from residential areas. And that is something that can be considered and can be looked at from a forecasting perspective to try and understand it. It also needs to be looked at practically to sort of see whether that can be done, because some of these guys they fly in from overseas to do the maintenance. So we need to make sure that they don't fly in and then have to sit around for a week or 2 or 3 to do that maintenance while they're waiting for the winds to shift. So there are ways to sort of get that in your favour by looking at annual meteorology and understanding which winds are prevailing in which times of day. So that just needs to be looked at to understand whether that's a practical solution. But I think it's a good one if we can get it to work. A couple of responses to IAC submissions. There were a bunch of submissions to the IAC, and there were 3 common themes that kind of we were able to pick out of those. The first one was there was no safe threshold for air pollution exposure, as supported by numerous epidemiological studies. The second one was concern about VOCs, which can lead to the formation of secondary air pollution. The third one is the monitoring location in South Geelong may not capture the variations in air quality around the North Shore in the future if the facility is approved. So we've just gone through and put a bit of a response, try to put a response to these concerns. So the no safe threshold for air pollution, it's a statement in the air quality industry that's sometimes used to describe pollutant concentrations in the environment. Its genesis really comes from an analysis of PM2.5, because PM2.5 is now largely understood to be the pollutant of primary concern due to its ability to get down deep in the lungs and cause harm. The epidemiological data can't be used to sort of demonstrate that there's a point at which when concentration decreases to a point that health effects stop. So it's kind of a linear relationship that sort of just goes down. So the lower the concentration, the lower the effects. However, this is fairly difficult from a development perspective, because targeting 0 PM2.5 environmental concentration is not a realistic objective. The aim is really to try and reduce the contribution of air pollution from anthropogenic sources to a point where the risk of health impacts is reduced to a level that is acceptable. And so that's really where criteria have been developed over the years across Australia and across the world to try and understand that level and say, okay, that's the level which we're acceptable with the risk. Now these criteria vary quite dramatically across the world. In developing countries, they're a lot higher. In more first world countries, they're a lot lower. Australia has actually some of the lowest criteria in the world. So we have the criteria from the NEPM, which is probably the most referenced national criteria document. It has a PM2.5 concentration about 20 micrograms for a 24-hour average, and a 7 micrograms for an annual average. Now, these are goals in the NEPM. They're not standards that have been approved throughout Australia, but they're useful to understand the goals of Australia's air quality moving forward. Now, if we use those goals and sort of look at those and sort of contrast the results that we were looking at for this particular project, you're looking at a 24-hour PM2.5 concentration of around 12.4. That's below both the NEPM criteria and the World Health Organization criteria now, which is the World Health Organization criteria. To put those into context, are a group of criteria that have been developed by World Health Organization to be used across the world as goals to get air quality down. And so where they're for first world countries, they're quite low. And so, yes, sorry.
I'm just mindful of the time. We
Yep.
really need to wrap up evidence in chief by 11:15.
No problem.
We've read your witness statement, so it really in terms of these next few slides, which are a response to the submissions that have been made,
Happy with
if
those?
you can just, yeah, we can
No
probably
problem.
skip past those.
No problems at all. Okay.
I think then we can take the rest of your statement as read.
Yeah.
The slides that you've prepared summarise the response to submissions as documented within your witness statement. I just wanted to return to this issue of stack versus bubble limits. In the event that bubble limits weren't pursued, but instead, as I understand it, annual limits in addition to short-term limits in respect of the specific stacks, how would one go about formulating the annual stack specific limit, and what difference do you think it would have from adopting a bubble limit on an annual basis?
I think where we've got to be very careful from a stack perspective is to make sure that we really clearly understand the operational efficiencies of the facility. If we, from a pollution perspective, operating the engines at 50% capacity is not as efficient, and from a pollution perspective, they're not as efficient as operating it at 100%. So if we have two engines operating at 50%, your pollution load would actually be higher than operating it at 100%.
Sorry, in terms of the pollutant output?
Yeah, pure mass of pollutant being emitted. Yeah. So we've got to be really careful to make sure that in an interest to reduce the short-term grams per second of pollution coming out, we don't put ourselves in a position where we're actually forcing the emission rate higher than what it would be if it was actually licensed at 100%. Now, in terms of how that would be calculated for an annual average, that would really come down to the operational parameters again. I think it'd need to be an analysis of the operations and how many engines will be operating for each capacity. So whether that capacity is 250 terajoules or whether it's 500 terajoules or whatever capacity is actually being considered, to make sure that is included in those limits. But my recommendation would be to leave the limits at 100% and then focus on the operational expectation, similar to what the bubble limit is in terms of how many hours per year you would expect there to be one unit operating, 2 units operating, 3 units operating, etc. And so I would imagine that would be something that Viva may be able to provide based on expected requirements for the gas system.
I just want to, before we break, just come back to that idea that operating 2 engines at 50% capacity produces more emissions than operating 1 engine at 100% capacity. Is that detailed somewhere? Have you got the numbers in your witness statement somewhere?
I'm not sure if it's in the witness statement, but it's certainly in the EES. The stack limit discussion, section 4.3.2 of the document. I believe that discussion about 1 engine is in the text in that section of the report.
Could you just give me that reference again?
Yeah, section 4.3.2 of the SES of SES. I think it's Tech Note 3.
Yeah, it's at PDF page 39 and 40, and there's a discussion there about the efficiencies attributable to 100% load as opposed to other loads.
And that's technical report C.
Technical report C.
Yep, great, thank you.
It doesn't actually have the other emissions for the other operating loads. It only has the 100% load operation. There's some text about it.
Yeah, that's correct. It's a
in the appendix of the EES. There's also the technical specifications of the engines as well, and they have the different operational concentrations in those.
Okay. Was that all you wanted to cover, Mr. Chesel,
Yes,
in
thank
evidence
you.
in chief?
Yes.
Now we've got an indication from the EPA of between 45 to 60 minutes for
Yes.
cross-examination? Does
Yes.
that remain accurate?
I'm hoping
Ms.
to be
Shaw?
under that. Some of the issues have been helpfully canvassed in Mr. Chessel's submissions and Mr. Rolling's examination in chief, but let's overestimate rather than underestimate, but I'm hoping to be under
Always
that.
good to,
Yes.
what is it,
Over promise, no,
no.
over, oh no, don't do that.
under promise
Don't
and
do
over
that,
deliver.
EPA. Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Okay, we'll break now until 11:30.
thank you.
Okay, Ms. Chorn, we're ready when you are.
Thank you, Member Carlisle. Thank you, Mr. Rollings. My name is Ms. Chorn. I'm the barrister appearing on behalf of the EPA, so that's the context from which my questions will be coming. I just want to focus mainly on the studies that have come out of recommendation 11C. So that's the comparison that proponent did to compare the effects of bubble limits versus stack-specific limits. So I just want to start, first of all, if I could ask Ms. Hall to please share table 7 of your report, Mr. Rollings, which is the same as table 9 in the technical report, which is the stack-specific limits. So, and I'm trying not to go over already trodden ground, but I just want to clarify that those stack-specific limits are based on emissions rates, which are calculated based on 100% load of each engine and boiler.
Correct.
Okay. And so I just want to focus for a moment on what you mean by, or what's meant by engine load or boiler load. So the stack limits in table 7 refer to the engine boiler power rating. So for example, exhaust 1 has a power rating of 5850 kilowatts, correct?
Yep. Correct.
So it's correct, isn't it, that when, for example, that exhaust 1 is operating at 100% load, its power rating is 5850 kilowatts.
Correct.
Okay. So, and it's right, isn't it, that those figures there assume that all of those engines will be operating at that maximum kilowattage 100% of the time.
Correct.
But it's right, isn't it, that those engines and the boilers can operate at less than 100% load?
Correct.
You say that in your
Yes.
statement. You say a typical engine in the FSRU has an operating load range of between 60 to 100%. That's
Correct.
right. But it's true that, and I think you've tried to emphasize this in your examination in chief, that when the engine is turned on, its emissions rates vary solely based on its operational load and not on whether it's in open or closed mode, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, can I just ask you please, Ms. Hall, to screen share table 6 in Mr. Rollings' evidence? So I understand these are the operational scenarios that you've modelled.
Yes.
So I just want to confirm it's correct, isn't it, that that peak load scenario, which is the bottom one, is the only scenario during which the engines, all engines, are contemplated to be at 100% load.
Correct.
So for example, the gas-fueled summer loop scenario, which I think is the top one, which is estimated to occur for approximately 90 days per year, that only contemplates 2 engines running, but they're not running at their full load.
Correct.
Okay. So if we accept that what the proponent says about the peak load scenario being only expected for roughly 6 days per year or 2 days per winter month on average, and that's what the figures in your table 7 and the table 9 in the technical report are based on, it's true, isn't it, that those emissions limits in that table don't provide an indication of the likely emissions from each stack when the FSRU is operating in one of its more preferred or common open loop modes?
No, the worst case modelling that was undertaken for most of it, except for these scenarios, assumed the worst case 4 engines, 2 boilers operating 100%. The emission rates for those other scenarios were lower, and so now as a result of running at a lower rate.
Thank you. Now I just want to explore with you briefly the rationale that the proponent has put forward for seeking a combination of bubble and stack specific limits.
Certainly.
So it's correct, isn't it, that they're really seeking that combination for two reasons. The first being they say the combined approach would result in lower annual emissions and lower ground level annual average concentrations at the sensitive receptors when compared to the stack specific only.
Yes.
And the second reason is to provide them with operational flexibility to operate that FSRU at 100% gas, at 100% load when required.
Yeah, I think that's the, yeah.
Yes. So I just want to deal with that, strangely, the second reason first. So the operational flexibility reason. It's true, isn't it, though, that a stack specific limit would also provide the proponent or the project with some degree of flexibility to meet the changing demands for gas, because if they needed to meet a greater demand, they could simply turn additional engines on or increase the operating load at which those engines are working, correct?
The engines can be operated at different loads, yeah. They, the interesting part is with these engines, though, to make sure that when you're not operating at a lower load deliberately, that would result in a poorer efficiency and potentially higher pollutant load relative to the amount of gas being produced.
Yes, understood. So now if we go back to the first reason, so the lower emissions and lower ground level annual average concentrations at sensitive receptors, that's when compared to the stack specific limits only. So if I could ask Ms. Hall, please, to share table 12 from the technical report. One moment while we just wait for.
Yeah, you're right.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Okay, so that's table 12 from the technical report. Now this presents the annual emissions limits. It compares side by side the annual emissions limits for the stack specific limit scenario only against the combination scenario, correct?
Yes.
And it's right, isn't it, that the figures that we see in the stack specific column in table 12, they're taken from the figures in table 10 that relate to the peak load scenario. So
Yeah,
if we,
I believe
if we
so.
scroll,
Yeah.
if I ask Ms. Hall just to scroll up to table 10 for a moment, please.
Yes, that's right.
So we can
Yep.
see those figures of 488, 382 and 135 are
Yep.
taken from the final column, the tonnes per year figure in table 10 for the peak load scenario. So 488
right.
for NOx, 382 for carbon monoxide and 135 for VOX.
Correct.
Okay. So if we go back to table 12, please, Ms. Hall, thank you. So at first glance, when you look at that table, it's right, isn't it, that the tonnes per year emissions in the combination scenario are lower than for the stack specific scenario.
Yeah.
Right. And it's the comparison of those figures side by side that has essentially led to the overall conclusion that the combination scenario would result in lower annual emissions. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
But really, it's true, isn't it, that what table 12 is really comparing is all it's saying is that the combination scenario on the right results in lower emissions per year, but only when you compare it to the peak load or the worst case scenario that I've heard you refer it to.
Yeah.
Okay, that's.
Yep.
And it's also right, isn't it, that part of the reason why those combination limits are somewhat lower than the stack specific scenario is because those combinations, that combination limit has been calculated, as you said, based on an attempt to mirror or reflect the realistic operational scenarios of the FSRU.
Yes.
So it won't always operate at peak load.
No.
So it's true, isn't it, that at least in the material we have before us, the proponent hasn't provided a comparison between the combination limits on and a stack specific limit, which is based on anything other than the worst case scenario. Right. So for example, they haven't modelled emission rates from each individual stack or boiler when it's operating in one of those open loop modes at less than 100% load.
In terms of the assessment,
yes,
those couple of other scenarios that we were looking at earlier, they focused on less. Sorry.
That's okay.
Those couple of scenarios we looked at earlier, they were really more focused on scenarios, on, I guess you'd say, on other predicted scenario combinations. And so the purpose of those different 6 scenarios in the original EES was to understand what the worst case would likely be.
Yes.
And so it was less about trying to understand the emission combinations in terms of what would end up as a stack limit, and more so trying to understand what the worst case impacts were going to be. So no, there hasn't been a stack limit specific.
A side by side.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Thank you. That's what I was just trying to make sure I was clear on. Now, so turning back to, so the original reason for seeking these combination limits, there were 2 parts of it. One was the lower annual emissions, and the other was saying, the other contention was that it would result in lower ground level annual average concentrations, etc. And that's based on the sensitivity analysis in Appendix A, yes?
Yes.
But again, it's right, isn't it, that assessment in Appendix A has been based on the peak load, which
Yes.
is the worst of the worst case scenario. Okay. All right, now I just want to turn now to the topic of bubble limits as a principle, and I just want to ask you some general questions about bubble limits. So it's right, isn't it, that a bubble limit is expressed as an annual emission limit, so it's spread across the year, correct?
Yeah, an overall load.
And it's usually expressed as one single, usually a tonne per year figure for all stacks or emission sources at a facility.
Yeah, that's correct.
So it's right, isn't it, that if a facility was to emit excessive or unusually high emissions from a specific stack for a short period of time, but it still remained within its overall annual bubble limit, that would still be considered to be compliant with the relevant bubble limit?
From a mass emission rate perspective, yeah.
So it's right, therefore, isn't it, that a bubble limit by its very nature can allow a facility to hide brief excessive peaks in emissions. That's right, isn't it?
Only if there's no limit on the actual emission rate coming out. Then it really comes back to the question of whether there's a potential for human harm to occur or environmental harm to occur in those short hidden periods of that we're talking about. When we're talking about in this particular scenario, whether it's operating for 6 days or 2 days or 12 days, from a peak load perspective, the potential for human health effect is unchanged because we've assessed it at its worst case for the full 5 years of period of time. So whilst there is the potential for a facility to operate at a higher level, in this particular scenario and particular case, we can't operate it at higher than its peak load. So its peak load mass emission rate, we couldn't, for example, have double or triple the emissions for a short period of time that gets taken up later in the bubble, because this is already limited to 100% of its load. So we can't exceed that.
I take what you're saying, and I take what you're saying about the risks of harm and meeting of the environmental reference standards. What I'm just trying to focus on is sort of the general principles behind the bubble limits. But so to put, perhaps I'll put my question another way. It's right, isn't it, that a bubble limit doesn't provide a clear picture of precisely what level of emissions each stack or source within a facility is emitting at any given time, does it? So if a facility has had, well, I think we've answered that. So I'm happy with that. I just now want to ask you some questions that are more specific to the project. So if I could ask Ms. Hall to please share figure 13 from technical report C. Figure 13, sorry, Ms. Hall. Take figure 13 from technical report C. It's PDF page 39. Thank you, Ms. Hall. Thank you. So that figure shows the fluctuating demand for gas, yes?
Yes.
And it shows that typically there's a lower demand in summer and then a higher demand in winter.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so all right, well, we've established that. If I could just ask Ms. Hall now to go back to table 10 in technical report C, which is just 2 pages over. Thank you. Okay. So I just want to have a look at the figures in this table for a moment, and I'm going to attempt to work through a mathematical exercise together, but you'll have to excuse me if it's clear that maths isn't my strong point. So we can see there, so let's just concentrate for the moment on the NOx or NO2 figures for the summer open loop scenario. So that lists 302 kilograms a day for that pollutant, correct?
Correct.
And the operating scenarios that the proponent has provided suggests that the FSRU is expected to operate in that summer loop for approximately 90 days per year, correct?
Correct.
So here's where the maths comes in. So if we multiply that 302 figure, the kilogram per day, by 90, by my maths, we get 27,180 kilograms in total for that 3-month summer period. And then if we divide that by 1,000 to get a tons per year figure, that equates to roughly 27 tons, correct?
I would have to double check that. Just as a bit of context behind these, how this was calculated, we didn't actually use the kilograms per day. We
Yes,
tons per year.
Yes.
And so essentially it was the tons per year. So that 110 was divided by was multiplied by 90 divided by 365.
Yes.
So
to get the
essentially
average.
to get
Yes.
it's a weighted
Yes.
average
Yes.
quantity.
Okay. So I think that the points that I'm trying to put to you, it doesn't necessarily change based on the fact that that's how you've done the model. I acknowledge that you haven't necessarily followed this more simplistic mathematical approach, but but I take it you agree with me with that basic mathematical exercise, that sort of equates to roughly 27 tons for that
I believe it's
period.
in that order. Yeah.
Okay. So based on those figures, so yeah, we get to a total amount of 27 tons that's expected potentially for that 3-month summer loop period. Now let's just assume, for argument's sake, that in one particular year, the demand for gas in summer was lower than expected. So figure 13, as we saw before, suggests that the demand for gas in summer is often lower.
Yeah.
And so let's assume for present purposes, for argument's sake, that at the end of that summer open loop period, the project's only emitted 20 tons of NOx or NO2, correct? So that would essentially mean they've got 7 tons left over.
In the bank. Yep.
Yes, okay. Now, let's assume they stay on track for their emissions in autumn and spring, and then it comes to winter, when, as we can see from that general figure and the general trends, the demand for gas is higher. So if we're focusing back on table 10, and I'm going to undertake my simplistic mathematical exercise, and I acknowledge what you've said about that isn't necessarily the precise way in which you've calculated, but it's rough.
Yeah.
So if we take the winter open loop figures for NOx, which is 454, and we again multiply that by 90 because it's proposed or estimated that this mode will be for 3 months.
Yep.
Then we get, my math says we get a total of 40,860 kilograms. And when you divide that by 1,000 to get a ton amount, it's roughly 40 tons.
That's great.
So 40 tons is what they've got to work with in terms of what they're expecting to emit for that winter loop period. But we know that in this hypothetical scenario, the project has that 7-ton shortfall that was left over from the lower demand earlier on in the year. So it's right, isn't it, that the proponent could potentially have the flexibility to emit more than those 40 tons in that winter period. It could in fact emit up to 47 tons if we take what the maximum it could emit then plus the leftover arising from the shortfall.
Yeah. Well, I guess it really depends on the demand. The
Of
demand
course.
was higher,
But-
and they were able to put more out.
Yes.
Yeah. Then.
But if
yeah.
they were to do that, they would still and still come within the 145 ton per year bubble limit. They could still say it would still mean that they were compliant with that overall bubble limit, correct?
Correct.
Now I just want to ask you a few questions about stack specific limits. Again, sorry to keep
okay.
switching.
Sorry.
So it's right, isn't it, that we're talking about the FSRU, irrespective of the different models that we're talking about. Essentially, we're looking at a vessel that has 4 engines and 2 boilers, so 6 total emission
Potential
sources.
Yeah.
So you would agree with me that that's quite an easily identifiable or verifiable number of emission sources.
Yep.
And so you would also agree with me, wouldn't you, that if the EPA were to impose a separate emissions limit for each engine and each boiler, it would be immediately possible to tell, you know, on inspection or, you know, at a compliance audit, if any of those engines or boilers had exceeded that limit, even for a brief time.
In terms of operational time,
Yes.
yeah, I mean, they would know how long each one's been operating for, I would presume.
And I mean, all of this discussion about bubble limits and stack specific limits and what the proponent is proposing and what it has a preference for, you would agree with me. And in fact, I think you make this point yourself in your statement that ultimately the decision regarding what kind of license condition and what mechanism is chosen to manage emissions limits from the project is up to the EPA.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Rawlings. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, we have some questions from the committee, and I'm going to hand over to Member Burgermeister to put our questions.
Thanks, Member Carlisle. Figures 5 and 6 in the technical report C. I should find those. They are, I can't find them. Excuse me for a second while I find. Yeah. That is correct. So these are showing the 99.9th percentile emission concentrations for NO2 and PM10 respectively. And they show that there are relatively minor differences between the different vessel types and orientations, which are the 4 different bars, as I understand it. Except perhaps at 30 and 31, which I think you've explained to us are on the Viva side effectively, so they're very close.
Yep.
Given that you go on to state that the emissions from the FSRU vessel are well below the background and negligible, in fact.
Other ground level concentrations would be expected to be negligible.
Yeah.
Yep.
Would you then say that the small variations that you can see here between, say, at location 1, where it varies between about maybe 21 and 17 or something, they indicate there's no reason really to favour any vessel or orientation.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
They're very tiny differences between something that's actually in an absolute scale is also very small.
100%. That's exactly it. Yep.
Right. Okay. In going to the background exposure, do you have any feel for what's causing that background exposure already that's been measured on the site? Some of it is, I think, shown on one of your other graphs.
The existing air pollution levels.
Yes.
Yeah, look, there's a range of different sources of pollution in that area that would contribute to the different pollutants. For example, NOx and PM10 2.5, vehicle emissions, industrial emissions, bushfires, dust. You even get to the point of things like fine particles can be affected by sea salt from the ocean. So it's not only man-made sources of pollution, but it's also natural sources of pollution as well. So it's difficult to get a really good, strong handle on what percentage of that background pollution would be man-made as opposed to natural. But it is sort of the standard pollution, standard parts. It's
lump it all in together and say, this is your background pollution concentration. This is what the people or the community or the environment is exposed to at that area now, and really understand how that will change as a result of a facility being operated. Right, and in terms of that change, you didn't see Mr. Townsend's opening submissions yesterday, but he was very clear that we should be thinking about the effects of this project in relation to the existing conditions. Particularly, we talked about chlorine discharges, and we looked at chlorine discharges and showed that they were very similar with the project and with the existing conditions. So you haven't really compared here the NO2 or PM10 discharges only from the FSRU and put them in context with what might be there already anywhere, have you?
Yeah, there's discussions in the report tables themselves when we talk about.
So can you take me to those?
Yeah, probably the easiest one.
This is in Technical Report C.
Yeah, report C.
Sorry, can you just hold on for 2 seconds? I'm finding it difficult with the side conversations going on at the bar table. If you could ask, if you can stop the side discussions, it's just quite distracting. Thank you.
Yeah, probably report C, Appendix A is probably the easiest place to go to have a look at that, which I think is PDF page 48.
Yes.
When we talk about pollution, we talk about it in terms of incremental concentration and cumulative concentration. So the incremental concentration is the contribution from a facility. So in this case, the Viva facility, and then we'll have the background concentration, which will be everything else that's there at the moment, and then you'll have the cumulative concentration, which is obviously both of them combined, and that's the combined concentration that's then compared with the environmental reference standard to make sure that they're all below.
So where is that shown in that table? Can you
The concentrations that we see at the top and in most of that table are incremental concentrations. And so if we scroll down to
so receptor 1, and let's just take bow facing southeast. Peak load in the first one is 18.9 micrograms per cubic meter.
Yep.
And the maximum 24-hour is 0.7.
Correct.
How do they relate to the contribution from the FSRU and what is there existing?
Yeah. If we scroll down to the next page,
Yep.
we see some shaded cells down there.
Yep.
So the maximum incremental concentration at discrete receptors. So that's the maximum concentration as a result of the Viva facility.
So 58
Is that 58? Yep.
from the FSRU.
From the FSRU. Correct.
Yeah.
And then you have the maximum cumulative concentration at discrete receptors. And so that's the addition of the background to the maximum incremental concentration.
86.2.
Correct, which is 86.2. And then you have a max, in this particular case, we have a max cumulative concentration at gridded receptors as well. But what that is, that could be anywhere within the domain. So that could be over water or something like that. So, and then you'll see below that, you've got, just for clarity, you've got the background concentration of 28.2, and then the criteria of 150. So you can see how that kind of gets built up to a point where you get to the cumulative concentration that then gets compared with the ERS. But it is also important to understand the relative contribution of a facility, and that's kind of where this table here is what really triggered us to go back and look at the frequency of occurrence of those concentrations.
Yeah.
Because you look at that and you go, okay, 86.2, you have a 58 contribution. That's a significant proportion of the 86.2, obviously.
Yes.
And so you really want to understand whether that 58 occurs a lot or a little. And so when we went back and had a look, we were able to show that 58 occurs very, very rarely.
Well, you say that it's the 99.9th percentile, so it's
what the 99th percentile means, and not when it's the 8th highest concentration in that whole 5 years of hourly data.
Yeah.
So it's and the intent behind that is to try and
try and look at any, you occasionally in dispersion modeling, you get numbers that aren't sensible. And so it's less than 1 hour a year, or around about 1 hour
roughly.
a year.
Yeah, that's
Perhaps
right. Yeah,
we might
yeah,
hit that. Approximately, yeah. 1.5 hours. Yeah. So you're looking at the second highest concentration every year, sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's still below the criteria of 150.
Oh, well below. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Going back to the background exposure, do you have any feel for how the emissions, the absolute emissions from the FSRU that you have in some of your tables, table 5.2, for example, how they compare to the number of vehicles that maybe use the site? There's a lot of diesel trucks that we saw coming in and out of the site.
Gosh,
A lot of movements.
Yeah.
That
Tough
may-
question. That's okay.
Well, I'm just asking.
It's they're kind of different things. The emissions from the vehicles on site, their contribution, because they're obviously on site, but they're closer to the receptors, their contribution may actually be higher than the contribution from the ship that disperses between its actual source and where it actually gets to that receptor.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very much related to the proximity of the source to the receptor as to how much the pollution will actually influence that actual receptor. So, for example, and it's an important question to understand, because if the contribution to one of the sensitive receptors, for example, who was living close to a highway, the highway is probably likely to contribute more to the background than the FSRU, but that's because they're living closer to the highway. And so it's really, really important to understand the relative proximity of those sources to the receptor.
Okay, thank you. Going back to the table, the graphs, sorry, which show, I think it was page, I can't find these things quickly. The comparisons between them, there we go, figures 5 and 6. I noticed that receptor 14 is perhaps a bit of an outlier.
Mm.
Can you explain why that might be? Because it seems, I mean, according to the map, is reasonably close to some others.
Yeah, I did actually. We had this discussion with and brought up some of the concentration contours, and to try and understand this. This was what you tend to find. If I could share my screen for just a moment, it's probably easiest for me to explain it. So what we tend to find for these scenarios, if you can sort of see, 14 is in between some of these points where it goes from low concentration to a higher concentration fairly quickly. So the contours are closer together, so the relative change in concentration is higher.
Sure.
So that is the reason we understand that's why that receptor in particular has comparatively higher concentrations. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. That helps explain that. But that brings me to another question about these contour plots. Is they seem to have an orientation sort of northwest and southeast.
Yes.
Is that due to prevailing wind conditions?
Yes.
Are you able to provide a windrows? There's no windrows that I can see, I think.
Absolutely. One. Quickly. I was looking at them last night. I know they're here.
So which report is this in?
This is in the EES, so the original.
So it's not in this, not in the supplementary.
No,
report.
the supplementary report basically just used the same meteorology.
Right. Okay, that would explain why I couldn't.
So you can sort of see this is a little bit of a comparison between Avalon, Geelong Racecourse, Point Wilson, and the Viva site. So the Viva site's probably the closest, or not probably, it is the closest station there, and you can really see
if you flip back to the concentration contours, you can really see the prevailing wind patterns that actually result in those concentration contours, particularly from that Viva site contour.
Thank you, that's helpful. I also wanted to ask you about stack versus bubble limits, unfortunately. But I'm going to resort to drawing on the whiteboard because I think it's a better way to think about it rather than look at tables and try and do maths.
Yep.
That's okay.
Oh, yeah. Just be mindful that people online won't pick up the microphone, so draw and then come back and ask.
Whole year. And what we're saying is there's going to be variable emissions over that period for each of the months.
Yeah.
I got 12 there, but hopefully I've done all right. And in fact, we know that in the winter months, it's probably 2 days in each of those, which make up that limit. Left emission. So this is now the emission. And if we say there's a stack limit at, we'll just look at one of them, that's whatever the number equivalent is to give 488 tonnes per year.
Yep.
And the bubble limit would effectively be the sum under these curves, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I think what the EPA is saying is perhaps you could have two things. Firstly is a stack limit that will be any less than full capacity, not allow you to operate at full capacity on those days. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes.
And also with individual stack limits, it might put you into this perverse operating scenario where if there was a stack limit that was less, you might have to run 2 machines at
a lower rate. Mm.
So the per gas production emissions would be higher. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. The pollutant emission rate per gas produced. That's right. Yep.
Yeah. And I think what was Sean said earlier was where EPA's thinking is going perhaps is to have variable stack limits to say in each of these operating scenarios, you might have a stack limit for each of those.
Mm.
To your way of thinking, isn't the variable stack limit almost the same as a bubble limit functionally anyway?
Yeah, I think functionally it would be similar. I think that I'll probably be a little bit more cumbersome management wise. That'd be about it. I think in terms of trying to achieve I think it's both trying to achieve a similar thing, which is to limit the mass of pollution that's emitted to the environment. I think that both have that same goal, and I think it's just how it's achieved.
And you think the bubble limit is an easier way to achieve that than a range of shorter term stack limits?
Look, I think so, because it allows that scenario that we were talking about earlier, where if there is it does allow that change in gas flow capacity. If you do have a good summer and a bad winter, and you need to put more out, but you're limited by your stack limits, but your bubble limit is okay. It just provides that little bit extra capacity to Viva to be able to cope with those changes. In terms of limiting the overall mass for the year, I think they both achieve the same. They both achieve the same outcome, which is sort of limiting
over operation of the facility. Okay, Ms. Chorn put it to you that the bubble limit might be able to be used to hide high emissions. Do you think that's true if, as you're proposing, you would use a bubble limit and a stack limit in combination? No, I think because of in some circumstances where you have stacks that could be operated at levels that were well above what they're licensed to emit, then yeah, that there is that opportunity with a bubble limit to emit high levels that could have an effect. But in this particular scenario where the peak, the 100% is 100%, you're operating at your peak limit. You can't operate it. You're not really so much hiding emissions. You're just operating at a peak level, which is within the limits that are provided. The dual combination of the limits and the bubble limit, the stack limits and the bubble limit. So you can't. The only difference is you might operate at, say, instead of 6 days per year, you might operate at 12 days per year. You're not operating at a limit that would likely result in any adverse environmental impacts. I think that's the important thing about all of this is if you don't want to do something that will allow the potential for environmental harm to occur as a result of for want of a better phrase, a bureaucratic setup in the bubble limit. So I think that with the combined bubble limit with the stack limit, it allows you to be able to ensure that you never emit pollution at a rate that is likely to cause impacts beyond what we know from the modelling. Yeah, and I guess, and given that the emissions from the FSRU, the absolute levels of emissions, on slide 18, I think of your pack, and in the report it says it's about 0.07 micrograms per cubic metre on average over the year or something, which is less than 1% of the
that was the annual average one, sorry?
That's right, I think so.
Yeah.
Compared to 7.6 micrograms per cubic metre. I mean, that's appears quite low, like almost unmeasurable against the background.
Yeah, that a lot of the results that we have are just not discernible from the background. Like the background does change and scatter, and the contribution from most of the operation of the FSRU would be within that range where you wouldn't spot it. It's likely to be 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 in a backscatter of 5 to 10.
So how would we make a condition that goes around, measurement of compliance?
In terms of the stacks themselves, you mean?
Yes.
I think that in terms of ensuring that the stacks are complying, the stacks need to be measured to make sure that at the moment we're working on the basis of specifications for an engine.
Yeah.
And so specification is just a specification. It needs to be demonstrated that it is actually operating in accordance with its design.
And so you literally stick a...
Absolutely. You do a test to make sure that those, it's usually a verification stage in the approvals process that allows EPA to be able to say, well, look, like you guys are saying you're going to put in these engines, and these engines are going to operate at a certain value. We'll take that on face value. You go and, but before you're allowed to operate unrestricted or in accordance with whatever your license is, you need to demonstrate that engine is actually operating as it's supposed to. So I think that's a very important step of any sort of approvals process from an air quality perspective.
Okay. I'm not trying to trip you up here, but are you aware of the general environmental duty that applies here in Victoria?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, we've heard from the EPA that one of their concerns about the use of a bubble limit is it potentially doesn't address the general environmental duty, whereas there's a belief that the stack limit is a more effective way of being able to demonstrate that you comply with your duty. Do you agree with that?
We've been having a think about it, about this, and we kind of back to the situation. We're kind of sort of talking about, it seems like we're talking about two of the same things. So I'm not sure that I understand that there's a need to minimise pollution to the extent practicable. I think that's a general principle that's important across all of these things. But I don't see how, I'm not sure how the limit approach would achieve that over the top of the bubble limit. We're comfortable with either, but I think, and at the end of the day, it'll be the EPA's choice with regards to which way we go. But I'm not sure that one clearly is better from a GED perspective to the other. I think that certainly the bubble limit results in a very clear reduction in the annual emissions. Putting license limits in place would result in a reduction in your emissions as well. So it's really sort of trying to weigh up when you're getting a very similar result out of two items. I think it's sort of looking at other I guess tiebreaker issues to try and understand which ones are more important.
Yeah. When we were out on site last week, we saw some new modules being imported that are going to be used for making low sulfur gasoline that are going to be constructed at the site. Are you aware of, what the contribution of those things will be to the total facility outputs? And, are you aware of any other locations where stack or bubble limits are used for these types of pieces of infrastructure?
No, I hadn't heard about the low sulfur diesel production. I mean, the and how that would affect. No, I don't know how that would work. I mean, bubble limits are used around the place for different facilities. None springs to mind at the moment, because they're often not called bubble limits. They're just sort of in New South Wales, for example, they're called all of the emissions are limited through your license in terms of your annual limits.
Yeah.
So it's kind of the same thing.
An annual facility limit.
Exactly, annual facility limit per pollutant, and you have to be able to demonstrate that you're below that. If you're above it, then that's got some ramifications. So
sure.
In terms of a specific bubble limit title, not so much, but certainly the principle, yeah, that's a lot of places.
Okay, final question. Just thinking about alternative power options. So the FSR, and you may not know information about this, the FSRU is proposed to operate using up to 4 diesel engines. I assume no diesel engines on the ship, quite large, to power the unit, does the regasification. I assume that these are probably used to generate electricity, in part using a generator to power some of the processes, pumps and things. Do you know whether it might be possible to cold iron the ship? I don't know if you're familiar with that term.
Yeah. Look, from an air quality perspective, cold ironing and offshore power, or whichever way you want to put it, it is something that does have the potential to reduce pollution, because it does actually take away the requirement for that electricity generation. So yeah, it is something that's used elsewhere. And in this case, I would foresee that would reduce the power requirement by whatever rate that would be.
Well, this looks like a facility that's going to operate, pretty much 24/7 for 20 years. It seemed like plugging it into some sort of power cord might seem a better way than running the diesel engines for 20 years continuously.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, shore power is one of those things that it's starting to become more common. It's often a contractual issue between the providers of the ship and the shore. But
correct.
Yeah, in terms of pure air quality context, then yeah, it's less sources. You're kind of transferring the pollution. If you're transferring the pollution somewhere else, if it's coal-fired power, but if it's renewable energy, then it's a win.
Sure. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Maybe one or two. EPA recommendation 5 is that the proponent provide further mitigation measures for equipment shutdown periods and peak load operating scenario periods. You state additional mitigation measures are not considered viable. Besides selective catalytic reduction, what other common mitigation measures might be adopted, and why do you say they're not viable in this situation?
When we talk about simple mitigation measures, mitigation measure could be anything as simple as extending a stack height, to changing the velocity of the stack, to the physical capture or conversion of the actual pollution, so like a catalytic reduction. So when the consideration of any of these can be undertaken, and they do have sort of marginal effects on the ground level concentrations, the challenge is always how that can be implemented within the physical structure or the mechanics of the actual or the actual ship in this case, because it's often a situation where if you have a power station stack, for example, and you want to extend the stack, it's not simply a matter of putting a stack on top, because the foundations and all these sort of other engineering aspects that go along with it. So whilst it is always technically feasible to add things like taller stacks or higher velocities from a simplistic perspective, they always have other flow-on effects that need to be considered. So a lot of these things, given the low expected, if we were operating at the peak load for a much longer period of time, for example, then that might sort of, you go, well, okay, it's probably more worth considering to try and pull that down. But if you're only talking about the gas, I think that when the gas fueled scenario, when you're only during maintenance period, which only occurs, I think once a year, I think, for a couple of days, and then the peak load occurring for 2 days a month per month in winter, it's a fairly small period of time to contemplate making those changes.
And my final question, just to clarify, the assessment that you've undertaken and documented is based on having a ship of type X, and you've just assumed that that ship will function as per the specification. You haven't done it, you're not proposing, or you haven't analysed options to retrofit that vessel. You're just taking it as it comes.
Correct. Yeah. We've taken the ships as the general specification. That there is always options to retrofit a ship, I would imagine, but we want to really understand I'll say off the shelf, but the typical off the shelf ship. We wanted to be able to assess that and understand how that would go.
If there was down the track a development license discussion being had with the EPA, and there was some still residual concern, and is that something that could be considered, retrofitting or modifying a vessel? Is that part of the discussion that would take place?
I would imagine if they're still concerned from an air quality perspective, like from an engineering, it's an engineering question as opposed to an air quality question. So certainly anything is possible from an engineering perspective. It just depends on the degree of benefit you get out of that engineering change, I guess. So yeah, but things are always possible. Yeah.
Thank you. They're my questions.
Just a couple from me.
Yeah.
So your modelling demonstrates that for a lot of the emissions, let's take PM 2.5 as an example, the contribution from the FSRU is likely to be barely discernible against background concentrations.
Yeah.
Are you proposing so that the emissions from the FSRU will have to be monitored? Would they be monitored at the stack or at the receptors? And if it's at the receptors, how would you even tell what the contribution was from the FSRU? What would the point of that monitoring be?
Yeah, the monitoring will be undertaken in both, not necessarily at the receptors, all of the receptors, but there's the monitoring station. The Viva monitoring station is reasonably close, so it would serve as primary sort of like receptor-based location for the monitoring. And your point's right, that it's going to be very, very difficult to ascertain that there's any change, because your PM 2.5 concentration simply from the natural environment, PM 2.5 from the sea salt, would likely be a higher contribution and change more on a daily basis than the contribution from the FSRU.
That said, the alternative is source-based testing, which would need to be done to demonstrate, first of all, to demonstrate that the specification does match the specification that being used to demonstrate compliance is actually going to be operating in reality. And then it's not unusual to then actually say during operation to have periodic stack emissions testing to demonstrate that you're still still monitoring. And that program might be something that goes for several years. And then if you get no change and everything's okay, then there's often a review where they say, well, do we need it anymore? So yeah, it's something that can be done, and that's very normal.
Okay. Some of the submissions raised this issue about the Geelong South monitoring station being some distance from the project and whether that's an appropriate monitoring station. And I think you've recommended consideration be given to an alternative monitoring location that's a bit closer.
Yeah, what the problem was not all pollutants were monitored at the Viva station, which is the closest. And as a result, we needed to use some of the pollution data from the South Geelong. And that is a significant distance away, and it's unlikely that it would pick up any change because you've got a lot of residential areas in between the station and there. And so whilst that's a reasonable way to get an idea of the existing background pollution concentrations of the area for the impact assessment, moving forward, it'd be better to be able to monitor those pollutants at the Viva station. And so when you look at the mix of pollutants that are already there and the pollutants that aren't available, so we would recommend, I think it was NO2 and PM2.5, to add those measurements at the Viva monitoring station as well.
So that wouldn't be to establish a baseline. You're satisfied that the baseline is already established?
Yep.
That would be a sort of compliance monitoring.
Correct. And the intent there would be to say, well, if you did notice a step change when it was operational, then that is useful information to be able to have, and both from Viva's perspective and also the locals. So that would be the intent there, is to say, well, look, this will be a reasonably close monitoring station. If it detects anything of any note, then that's useful information to be able to move forward with.
Okay. You recommend the development licence include a special condition allowing exceedances of stack limits for a limited number of times each year, I think during maintenance, scheduled maintenance.
Yeah, because the maintenance requires the shutting down of the I'm not exactly sure the right terminology, but the water pipes, for want of a better term, whilst they're so they can get cleaned, and so that'll operate under the liquid fueled scenario. And so the liquid fueled scenario will have a different operation. It's got a higher emission rate than the gas fueled. And so the license, you don't want to have the license limit predicated on something that only occurs during maintenance. And so you want to be able to say, okay, the gas fueled engine operation license is whatever it is, whether it's bubble, whether it's stack, whatever it is. But during you don't then have to say, well, oh, by the way, your liquid fuel has to comply with this license over here, which is what it's not meant for.
Okay.
So that's the intent there.
But in terms of us making or providing advice or recommendations about what conditions might go on a development license application, what would that condition kind of look like?
It'd be very similar to what we've got for the license limits in the report. It'd be another table that sort of says, like, the license limits recommendations would be X grams per minute, and we do have the data for that emission rate from the initial modelling.
Okay.
And so that can be added pretty easily.
When you say the initial report, do you mean the?
Oh, sorry, the EES.
Yep. So the 2022
report.
Assessment. Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Now, there was also this question around scheduling of maintenance activities during favourable weather conditions, and you've sort of highlighted some practical concerns around that, including getting people from interstate or overseas to do that maintenance. How specialised a job is that maintenance? Are there not local people who could do the maintenance required?
From what I've been told, no. Apparently, the manufacturers of the engine need to send their guys out to do the maintenance. Apparently, so it's often people from Europe having to come out and do the maintenance. So it's a kind of it's a bit of a tricky scheduling exercise. I mean, in an ideal world, we'd have locals do it, but apparently, from what we've been told, it's international based.
Is that okay? So if you taking those practical difficulties into account, is it still worth putting something in the environmental management framework that is almost more aspirational rather than a hard condition in a development licence that maintenance must not occur during unfavourable weather conditions? Is there still a role for that sort of consideration?
That's a good question, because I think an aspirational license condition can be problematic. So it maybe is something that's investigated outside of the license limit. The mitigation measures, and could be added at a later date. That could be something that might be worthwhile.
Okay. And just this, open loop versus closed loop. Ms. Chorn took us to the table before, which had the different, summer open loop, winter open loop, etc. How often would it have to operate in closed loop mode for your modelling predictions to become not very useful? That sounded awful.
No.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. No. Well, all of our modelling assumes essentially closed loop, because the closed loop is the worst case, because you've got the four. When you've got open loop, you don't have boilers operating.
Yep.
So the closed loop operations assumes the four engines and the two boilers operating at 100% load. So if I flip the question then, Yeah.
so if you've modelled it assuming it's going to be operating 24/7, 365 days a year in closed loop mode, when in fact in reality it's likely to be operating most of the time in open loop mode, what magnitude of difference does that make to the emissions rates?
Yeah, a sizable difference, because you're eliminating two complete sources. So it would be like linearly, it would reduce the emission rates by whatever proportion of the total mass emission per second that takes out. So if it was 10 grams per second for all of it, and 4 grams per second were coming out of the boilers, then it would literally be the emissions would be reduced by that proportion. So it'd be 40% off those ground level concentrations, because all the sources are so close and they're offshore and a fairly good distance to the actual receptors.
Okay. And do you know, based on the information that presumably Viva has given you, roughly how many, days a year we're going to be operating in closed loop mode?
I think closed loop was only about 6 days per year.
Yeah, okay.
So that
rings a bell for me, but I didn't want to say it in case I got it wrong.
That's okay. Because I think it was 3 days. 2 days per winter month. So 6 days altogether.
Okay. All right. That was it from me. Any re-examination, Mr. Chessel?
You asked a question a moment ago about maintenance and about the desirability to schedule maintenance under favourable weather conditions. Mitigation measure AQ10 has been updated in the day 1 version to provide as follows. It's a mitigation measure that concerns maintenance of the FSRU burners. It originally required that maintenance of the burners and the boilers and engines will be undertaken regularly as per manufacturer specifications. The following additional words are now proposed to be included. Scheduling of shutdown maintenance requiring the use of liquid fuel will include weather forecasting and selection of conditions to minimise impacts as far as reasonably practicable. This is in the day 1 version.
Okay.
Could I ask you to comment on the extent to which you think that proposed modification would address the matters that you've identified in respect of.
Yeah, I think those words really sort of cover the crux of the problem is to try and make sure that they're scheduled in at a time when the meteorology is appropriate.
Okay, my final question concerns the image or the table diagram that's been prepared on the board. As I understand the principal concern on the part of the EPA, the concern relates to the capacity under a bubble limit for capacity not utilised in one part of the year to be utilised in another part of the year.
Yep.
And if we assume for the purposes of this question, like the question that was put to you by the EPA, that in the earlier months of the year, so January or February, there was a lesser level of production than what had been anticipated, such that there could theoretically be a higher level of production at other times of the year. What does your analysis suggest the consequences would be in terms of the risk posed by emissions from the facility?
Yeah, look, I don't think transferring those emissions from summer to winter shouldn't have an impact on the overall potential impacts on the environment in terms of that sensitive receptors, because we've assumed the worst case concentrations across the whole year, across 5 years. Operating it in winter, we understand what the impacts are going to be when it's operated in winter at the worst case rate. So even if it was, and that's to say if that extra capacity that was transferred to winter was all at the maximum capacity, which it's probably unlikely that it would be. It's probably more likely that it would run for, instead of 90 days, or it might run for a couple of days at 75% capacity or something like that. So in terms of the potential impact on people, the implications, really, there are no implications because we've modelled it at its 100% rate. And so we do understand what the potential impacts are going to be.
Okay, all right, thank you. They're the questions.
Okay,
Could Mr. Rawlings please be excused?
you could. Thank you for your input into the process, Mr. Rawlings.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take our lunch break now. Slightly. Yes, we've told Member Brisger 2 o'clock, so let's stick with 2 o'clock. We'll see you at 2 o'clock.
Yes. Should we take a photo of the diagram?
Yes, I've actually done that, but I'm going to take a better one. And yes, we will do that. I'll get Ms. Selfraj to upload that into the document sharing system.
Check on my.
No, it's definitely an extension. It's just that, as I said, my request would be to, the meeting time had already fixed to the 17th, which is the Friday, but now it will be an additional slot on Monday. Correct. Yeah, thank you.
I've just.
Yeah. But I was gonna send you.
Assuming Brett can run the show.
I am. That is correct. I have to tell us.
So yeah, chuck yourself in there, Brett. So when you start minutes,
Ken, lovely Ken, he will help you.
Wi-Fi password is up here.
Right.
It's better for us, but if you do need any support, then you have many.
Yeah, so there is a change maybe going on with the same thing.
It's Viva energy with, and then add to the rest of it, yeah. Pretty good, actually.
Well, I've said this when you're sitting in.
Yes, I. Maybe use this, plug those details in, or the other way I was doing it was going to the engagement website, the community, and then just clicking on the join teams on the website itself. But, yeah, I go on to this. That's what I figured. I was like, let's use our place code.
I think I'll type the password about it.
Yeah, I can believe that. No, I was thinking, this takes from. Yeah, that's probably great. That should give you that.
Just checking. You might be now.
Yep.
Just close that. I will leave that.
Yeah, just make sure it's
That's a prioritized video. Gets rid of everyone that doesn't have their camera.
Afterwards, things.
Hi. Sure is.
And I don't think they would. That's true.
Low, but not different.
Spot.
I didn't speak to him about it, but we'll do it afterwards.
We're talking. Yeah.
I'm not hearing it.
There's a slight computer issue that we're trying to resolve on Carlisle's machine. Hoping that she won't be long. Apologies.
Computer meltdown.
Ready when you are.
Thank you. Not at all. May we proceed then with the next topic, for which we have Mr. Lane ready to go, but which I'll introduce, if that's all right, by reference to just reminding you that on the first assessment you did for the environment effects statement, there was a appendix D, or a technical report D, that was concerned with a broad range of terrestrial ecology matters. And as you recall, Mr. Lane was a peer reviewer who appeared in front of you on that occasion. Of course, on the occasion it comes back to you, it's on a very confined basis. Technical report B is the relevant technical report. We have filed some high-level introductory remarks in our Part A submission at 23, document 23, which I'm not asking you to go to now. We can take as no doubt read already. We made some similar remarks in précis form in document 65, which is our opening submissions document that I said I'd return to yesterday. That's just paragraphs 87 to 94. The only points I'd identify for you there are that we have set out in full in that document as well the Minister's direction at paragraph 88, and it is in identical terms to the findings that the committee made on the previous occasion at page 100 of the report. So there's no gap between the two. And we have set out in our paragraph 89 a summary of what's happened since, and noted in our paragraph 91 that while we have Mr. Lane here as an independent expert and peer reviewer who will be taking you through his presentation, it is the case, as you know, that the work that was the subject of technical report B was also reviewed through the IAU with Stantec, and matters were all closed off. And as you gathered yesterday, DECA Regions is in the same boat. So in a sense, you have other agencies and independent peer review that have ticked off the adequacy and compliance of this item. And it's a matter for you to determine whether it's gone far enough from your point of view. But we submit to you in our opening document, and no doubt for our substantive submissions, that it's a wholly complete exercise. Perhaps before I go to Mr. Lane, though, I might just take the opportunity to pick up on a couple of responses that might assist you based on submitter number 116, which was the council, and which Member O'Neill drew to our attention yesterday. And I think I can share that page. Can we do that, Rosh? Sorry, Steph. Yeah, submission 316 was the council submission, and they did have a heading supplementary statement addressing the migratory and marine birds. They've referred to the chapter, not the technical report, at chapter 4, but squarely dealing with matters of national environmental significance. And there are really two questions that the officer at the council has included there. One is directed at the suggestion that a species has since been included on the under the EPBC Act listing, and secondly that another one's been, if you like, upgraded. That's question one, and they were unclear why they weren't dealt with specifically for those purposes. And question two was a clarification, really, that the EES had used the relevant guidelines. The answer to the second question, Mr. Lane will answer swiftly with a yes, but I'll assist you on that first question because the question's based on an incorrect understanding of the Act. And so we thought we might just screen share for you section 158 capital A of the Environment Protection Conservation Act, which is express about the date of the approval process decision being a finite date for the purposes of matters to be assessed effectively. So if we can just screen share that, 158A is headed approval process decisions not affected by listing events that happen after the decision made. I think the heading says it all, but perhaps for completeness, an approval process decision is defined, and in A, that's a decision under section 75 of the Act. A listing event is defined, and you'll see a listing event includes at I, a species becoming a listed threatened species, at K, a listed species or listed threatened ecological community becoming listed in another category, representing a higher degree of endangerment, and L, a species becoming a listed migratory species, or M, any other event of a kind specified in regulations. But the way we read the council's question, it's covered by I and K. The section applies if the minister is before or after the commencement of the section decided under section 75, the primary decision, whether it's a controlled action, and if after that a listing event occurs. And 3, the validity of the primary decision or any other approval process decision made in relation to the relevant action before the listing event occurred is not affected by the listing event, nor can it be revoked, varied, suspended, challenged, reviewed, set aside or called in question because of or for reasons relating to the listing event. And indeed at 4, it says after the listing event occurs, the listing event is to be disregarded. So you're under pretty strong obligation there to answer to the extent the council have raised that question, that it's based on a misunderstanding of the law, and so I thought we should probably show you that as a matter of submission. The second aspect, though, I'm sorry.
Sorry, before you move on from there, we had noted that provision overnight as well.
Thank you.
Do you know whether the same applies under the FFG Act?
There is no similar provision under the FFG Act, but the species referred to, Mr. Lane, has been identified in the original work for the purposes of that Act.
Oh, okay.
And he can explain that for you.
Okay.
So the other point we'd raise, just to assist with the DECA submission, was a reasonable point they raised in a kind of indirect way. We weren't absolutely sure what the officer meant in describing needing to have an EMF finalised, as it were, and I think the committee asked a different question. But I think in fairness, the question can be answered this way. The planning scheme amendment documentation calls up preparation of the EMF and under that a CMP and even an OEMP, and in both cases describes consultation as being required before the minister would approve those documents. It did occur to us when we reviewed that overnight that that's the drafting you had on the previous occasion, and it refers to a DELP, not the successor bodies. It would be enough for this morning, for today's purposes, to say that those that there should be an updating of the control to reflect consultation, and of course we assume that includes DECA regions so far as it would relate to matters of ecology and terrestrial ecology. So we're if that's the we think that might be hopefully an adequate response to what was actually raised yesterday, that yes, there is a process to go through and yes, they are consulted. Because the other thing we understood, or perhaps misunderstood yesterday, was it might have been that the officer didn't appreciate at the time that the mitigation measures in fact form part of the EMF as well.
Yeah.
It's one document to be approved under the planning scheme amendment.
Just to update you on timing on the DECA response to those questions we put to them yesterday, they wanted to hear Mr. Lane's evidence before providing that response. So I believe they're tuning in and listening this afternoon.
Well, hopefully they've heard what I've just said.
Yes, and we're expecting to get something in writing from them tomorrow. So that will clarify things, I'm sure.
Okay. Well, let me leave that then for those ears that are out there listening, that we'll take it that the assumption is that the planning scheme approval or expressly invite the consultation for the approval of the EMF with that body as it is now in the current organisational structure.
Yeah.
Okay. So if that's all right, I'm really, it's just left to introduce Mr. Lane and let you know that his witness statement was filed as document 29, and but he has some slides that he will screen share, which are document 71.
Yes.
And Mr. Lane, what I might do is just introduce you at this point. Mr. Lane, your full name is Brett Alexander Lane.
That's correct.
You're a director and principal consultant of the firm practicing as Nature Advisory Proprietary Limited, which practices from Suite 5 at 61 to 63 Camberwell Road in Hawthorne East.
That's all correct.
Mr. Lane, I will introduce you briefly on this basis. In your witness statement of 20th of November 2024, you identify on page 2 that you were retained to undertake a peer review of the original EES in relation to a broader suite of matters, native vegetation, flora and fauna impacts. And in fact, it is the case that you appeared and gave evidence in respect of all of those matters on the previous occasion.
That is correct, yes.
And can I just ask and assume that you have read the report as relevant to those matters and prepared by the IAC as a consequence of that on that occasion.
Yep, that's correct.
And so then you have identified your instructions in this case through our instructors, Davis Advisory, with direct attention to the Minister's direction and the discrete questions that were asked in respect to further analysis.
Yes.
So far as they concern threatened and migratory bird
That's right.
species. And you have conducted your independent review of that, doing which you asked some of your own questions of the authors and received answers, as I understand.
Yes, I did. Yeah.
All right. Now, your evidence that concludes your work on this occasion is in a report dated the 20th of November 2024. Are there any corrections or qualifications you need to make to that report? And I ask you that because otherwise we'll be asking the committee to take it as read as a complete and faithful explanation of your evidence in this matter.
No, there are no changes or corrections needed.
All right. And Mr. Lane, for today's purposes, have you prepared some slides received by the committee as document 71, and you're able to screen share those slides to give a summary of your evidence?
Yes, I can.
And we'll just check that that your screen's working.
Okay.
And we can see those, and I think they're on the committee screen. So
Yes.
I'll invite you, Mr. Lane, just to walk us through a summary of your evidence by reference to those slides.
Certainly. Thanks very much. What I wanted to start with was just a bit of an overview of my background and experience in this particular part of Victoria. I've had over 45 years experience in wildlife research and management and in development impact assessment. That led to the founding in 2001 of Nature Advisory, formerly Brett Lane and Associates. I do have specialised expertise in migratory and wetland birds because I worked the first decade of my career was basically working on migratory and wetland birds in coastal and inland wetlands for BirdLife Australia. I'm also, as a consequence of my own interest and through that work and subsequent work, very familiar with the wetlands and water birds of the western shores of Port Phillip Bay and have been visiting those shores since the 1970s. Partway through my career, I had the opportunity to prepare a book with the then Ministry for Environment and Planning on birds of Port Phillip Bay, and also as a consequence of the early work I did with BirdLife, prepared a book called Shorebirds in Australia, which summarised findings at the time in relation to all species of migratory and resident shorebird that occur in Australia, which is about 10% of the country's avifauna. For this particular exercise, obviously, I was asked to peer review the original EES biodiversity. I also did peer review the original EES biodiversity assessment, and the findings from that peer review were partly responsible for the specific threatened and migratory bird directions that the Minister gave coming out of the IAC's original report. So I've looked at the current report, Technical Report B, from that viewpoint. The Minister's directions, just to refresh the committee, were to undertake further assessment of impacts on threatened and migratory bird species. Some of the migratory bird species are also threatened, others aren't. By firstly establishing a complete list of threatened and migratory bird species that could potentially be affected by the project and consider including the black swan. In the peer review, I pointed out that there was a suite, particularly of coastal and marine species that were potentially affected by the marine component of the project that had not been considered. The Minister then asked for that list to be peer reviewed, and also asked that further analysis of the targeted shorebird surveys be undertaken to determine whether these sites individually or collectively were an important site either in Australia or across the East Asian Australasian flyway, and I'll talk a little bit about that later. Also asked them to consider the revised marine modelling. So that was the context in which I've reviewed the latest technical report, and it's what I'm going to talk about now. The work that I undertook in order to develop the peer review was firstly to review Technical Report B, which was prepared by ACOM, and I evaluated that work against the Minister's directions and scoping requirements for the SWES. I also reviewed the Stantec peer review report, which has a small section of it devoted to looking at Technical Report B. And I read the public submissions to the supplementary EES that provided a response in relation to migratory and threatened birds. And I've also provided some responses to those submissions in my expert witness statement. I also reviewed the mitigation measures recommended in Technical Report B and contained in the Supplementary Environment Effects Statement, Chapter 9, Environmental Management Framework. And then I prepared off the back of that an expert witness statement, which was obviously lodged earlier. So I'll talk a little bit now about some of the key things that have been added to the assessment since the original EES through this supplementary EES process in relation to threatened and migratory birds. Technical Report B includes an updated list, which was peer reviewed, and that list encompasses not just those assessed in the original EES, but also added threatened terrestrial birds as well as some marine and migratory species that use or potentially use Corio Bay. The report also includes further analysis of the targeted shorebird survey counts, which I'll talk to later. It didn't include the results of the counts in the reports, but rather the synthesis of that. It also included a more comprehensive assessment relying on the marine impact assessment of the consequences for marine threatened and migratory birds, which was one of the big gaps that I identified in my original peer review. So what are my findings as a peer reviewer, particularly referring back to the Minister's directions? The final list of threatened and migratory birds is comprehensive and responds completely to the Minister's direction on this matter and to the comments in my original peer review, fortunately. If one goes to Technical Report B, particularly to Appendix A, the species likelihood of occurrence evaluation, starting I think PDF 71 on Technical Report B, you'll see a very comprehensive list, and it's much larger and includes all those additional marine species, some additional terrestrial species compared to the original likelihood of occurrence evaluation that they did. They also reanalysed the shorebird survey data against the criteria for important habitats. The significance of important habitats is that under the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act, it's important to understand whether a project's having a significant impact or not. And one of the key ways of doing that is to determine whether any impact will occur to what's called an important habitat. The important habitat is defined as in the policy document, in particular policy statement 3.21 in terms of industry guidelines for assessing impacts on listed migratory shorebirds. It's defined as an area of habitat that regularly supports 0.1% of the flyway population, or in the case of an internationally significant habitat, 1% of the flyway population. So one needs to look at the numbers of shorebirds using habitat and determine whether, in fact, it passes those thresholds of 0.1% for national significance or 1% for international significance. And if it does, then any impact on that will be considered significant. And you then need to move through the next hierarchy of sort of criteria for determining whether the impact's significant, what the impact pathways are, and therefore whether the impact would be acceptable or not for the decision maker.
Just while you're on those thresholds, where do you get the data that tells you what the total population is so you can work out what 1% is or 0.1% is?
Sure, no, that's a good question. Essentially, that is compiled usually every decade or so, and more recently by BirdLife Australia, the leading sort of non-government environmental or non-government bird research agency in the country. And it's based on sort of citizen science counts that are undertaken every year, both in summer and winter around Australia, but also by citizen scientists and others in other countries right across the flyway, from Russia all the way down through Japan, Eastern China, Taiwan, through Southeast Asia to Papua New Guinea and the Pacific, and to New Zealand. And because the birds breed in the Northern Arctic and the subarctic and migrate all the way as far as Southern Australia and New Zealand, it's basically one population over that kind of 12,000 kilometre long flyway.
Right.
And so what they do is they take the average counts in the middle of the year, or the middle of the shorebird season, which is actually December to February. And they try and get a number of counts in that period every year at all of the sites that they've got in the monitoring network, which is hundreds, if not thousands. And then they sort of take the mean count and then add the mean count for the last 10 years from all of those sites together to come up with a total estimate of the population. They also do a gap analysis and model based on air photo interpretation and anecdotal evidence and information about what might be in areas that can't be visited or haven't been visited. So they kind of gross the estimate up based on some average densities. And they come up with a total estimate of the numbers of each individual species in that huge 12,000 kilometre corridor, which happens to be the largest migratory bird flyway in the world. So it's a huge exercise. That's why it's really only done every 10 years, because a lot of data goes into it, a lot of effort. The work is supported by the Commonwealth Environment Department every decade, and it's there to enable us to determine whether a habitat is important. So you take what you should be doing, and I'll talk about my evaluation now off the back of it. Or firstly, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Thank you.
So given those totals, you put your total for your site over the total for each species, over the total for the flyway, and at 0.1%, it becomes nationally significant for Australia, and at 1%, it becomes internationally significant. In terms of the analysis of shorebirds counts that were done for this exercise, and they were done in accordance with the published guidelines, policy statement 3.21. You take the mean summer count, because that's when migratory species are at their maximum in Australia, because they've left the frozen Arctic at that time of year. And you take the mean of those counts, you put that over the mean, which is a population estimate. So the population estimate's a mean. Therefore, your estimate of the numbers at the site needs to be a mean. Otherwise, you're not
Comparing apples with apples.
Yeah, apples with apples. What they've done is they've done two things, one of which is kind of approximately right, which is to take the maximum of the 4 counts, which gives you a bit of an indication of an upper kind of number that's closer to a mean. But the thing that they've also done is to add up the totals for each of those 4 counts. And that we're talking here about the area to the east of Avalon Road along the foreshore, which is the one that really matters, because that's the beginning of the important habitat, which I'll come to in a moment. And what they've done is they've added the 4 counts together and then put that over the flyway estimate. By adding the 4 counts together, what they haven't appreciated, and banding studies in Port Phillip Bay bear this out, is that the same individual birds return to the same patch of shore every year. So they might fly 12,000 kilometres to the Arctic, but they come back to the Avalon foreshore every year. So the Avalon foreshore birds are a subset of the total population. And so if you're counting them 4 times, you're counting the same birds 4 times. So you're actually overestimating the significance of that shoreline by adding all those counts together. And that's where it seems to have gone off the rails a bit. And I disagree with that approach, because as I say, it's not apples for apples.
But it is inherently a more conservative outcome than had they used a mean. By agglomerating those 4 counts, they've overestimated the percentage of this area as part of the flyway.
It's an overestimate of the percentage, but also it's actually an overstatement of the number of birds that use that foreshore. So if you just want to look at the raw numbers and say, well, how many birds live there? They're basically saying 4 times more birds live there than actually.
Yes. Got you.
So it's conservative in terms of overestimating the percentage, and therefore it makes sure, just in case, it is still of national or international, in this case, national significance, but it gives you a wrong number in terms of understanding what occurs there. So it's really not the appropriate approach. I did put that in my previous peer review, but it wasn't followed through. Notwithstanding that, and I was going to move on to my next point. If
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Notwithstanding that, importantly, that part of the Avalon foreshore, and if you look at the air photo, it's a bit small. If you look at that aerial photo, you'll see, I might just, that the project area, can you see my cursor, purple cursor there? I like big purple cursors, at least everybody can see them. Look, why don't I try and do that? I probably can. Why don't I try and do this? Just bear with me, yeah. Why don't we do that, see what happens? There we go. Okay, so so the project area is down here. The Ramsar wetland boundary starts at Lime Burners Lagoon and goes all the way up to the Werribee River, which is off to the northeast beyond the edge of this photo. The shorebird habitats within the Ramsar wetland, and the shorebird habitats and the numbers of shorebirds that occur here are one of the key criteria why this part of Port Phillip Bay was included in the original Ramsar listing. And I was actually involved in advising the government in 1983 about that listing. So I'm well aware of the extent of the significant habitats. They start at Avalon Road, and these are habitats for migratory shorebirds that feed on the coastal intertidal mudflats at low tide. Tide moves in and they move into the sandy beaches and rocky points to roost during high tide, waiting for the tide to fall, or they move into supplementary non-tidal habitats, such as the Avalon saltworks here and here, such as the Western Treatment Plant conservation and sewerage lagoons. But normally they'll also roost, for example, there's a rocky area near Point Lilius here where there's a big high tide roost. They'll roost on the ponds of the Avalon saltworks. There's a foraging area along the southern part of Point Wilson, and they sometimes roost at the back of this salt marsh at high tide. A lot of them feed on the Spit Wildlife Reserve, which is a lagoon separated from Port Phillip Bay by a series of broken sandy spits. It's tidal. At low tide, it's a very extensive area of mudflats that supports tens of thousands of birds. At high tide, they either roost on these sandy spits or move into these lagoons, or often fly over to the Avalon saltworks and sit it out here. At low tide, there's also extensive mudflats exposed here, either side of Kirk Point and all the way up here to the mouth of the Little River, and indeed to this sewage drain here, the 145 West outlet from the Western Treatment Plant. So that entire coast there, the Spit Nature Conservation Reserves, the associated lagoons in the treatment plant, and the southern side of Point Wilson and Avalon foreshore together support 20,000 plus migratory shorebirds. And they operate as a kind of system of habitat. For example, at low tide, at the mouth of the Little River, as soon as the low tide turns back up again, the birds have been on the mudflats following the tide out. The birds actually take off from those flats and fly down to the Spit Nature Conservation Reserve, because the tide here is an hour and a half later because of the constricting sandy spits than it is here. So a 15-minute flight gives them an extra hour and 15 minutes of foraging time. And that's around about 11 kilometres. So the birds know where their habitats are. They respond to the tide. If it's really bad weather at the Little River, there'll be no mudflats there. There may even be no mudflats at the Spit Reserve because bad weather can keep the tide up. So they'll end up feeding on the adjacent lagoons of the Western Treatment Plant, or fly across Point Wilson down to the flooded ponds of the Avalon saltworks. So, or indeed, if it's depending on wind direction, there may be mudflats that are not available on the Avalon coast, but they're available on the Spit. So the variability in the system means that the whole complex of habitat supports that one subpopulation. That one subpopulation of 20,000+ is more than 1% of the flyway population for 5 or 6 different shorebird species. So the whole complex of habitats is of international significance. It qualifies as an important habitat. Relevant to this project, that westernmost extent of foreshore just east of Avalon Road through to Point Lilius, which was surveyed for this exercise, is just one part of that large habitat complex. So it's, although if one was to take the mean counts specific, to be perfectly correct as I'm recommending, one was to take the mean counts for the Avalon foreshore, it may not qualify as nationally significant because the raw data aren't in the report. I can't calculate that number. But even if it wasn't, one would have to actually look at the role of that foreshore in terms of that larger complex of habitat. So it is an important habitat. It's part of a complex of habitats of international importance. So in terms of the EPBC Act and look at impacts on matters of national environmental significance and particular important habitats for migratory shorebirds, we do need to consider the Avalon foreshore. So notwithstanding my kind of criticisms of the way they've analysed the numbers, nonetheless the bigger picture is that from Avalon Road east, it's one complex of habitats that together is of international significance. Coming back to the Minister's direction about sites individually or collectively, the habitats to the west of Avalon Road, which were also counted, they only at any point during the work supported very small numbers of shorebirds and don't qualify as habitats of importance. So they're closer to the project site, but there's no way historically or in terms of the extent of available habitat, the areas west of Avalon Road would qualify as important habitat.
Even linked to the broader habitat that goes all the way along that part of Port Phillip Bay's coast?
Yeah, look, the occasional flock may move into Limeburners Lagoon, particularly under bad weather conditions. But by and large, when you look at the morphology of the coast and the proximity to supplementary roosting and feeding habitats, it's that area from Avalon Road eastwards up the coast that really forms that complex. So, and it's interesting, for example, with the banding that I've been involved in over the years, we've also banded at Swan Bay. And there's very little overlap between the individuals between here and Swan Bay. So
on the Bellarine Peninsula,
yes,
a bit further around.
Yep. Even though it's only 15, 20 kilometres as the shorebird flies. So each habitat complex is quite discrete and the birds don't move beyond that except to fly 12,000 kilometres to their breeding grounds. So it's fascinating how they do that. So yeah, it is each of the shorebird habitats is quite discrete.
Okay.
And there's the occasional spillover into Limeburners Lagoon, but it's not regular and it doesn't occur anywhere near the sorts of numbers that were seen, for example, on the Avalon foreshore alone. So I hope that clarifies what's important and what's not. Let me just quickly pull this back so we can see my second finding on this page. The updated marine and coastal threatened migratory bird assessment, which is provided in Technical Report B, is based on the updated marine impact assessment, which has obviously been informed by the updated modelling. And it's quite clear that they've worked through very systematically in a table the findings of that updated marine assessment, looked at the consequences for marine and coastal birds, which is something they didn't do in the previous EES. So I'm satisfied that they've addressed that issue. The Stantec peer reviewers' comments on the threatened migratory bird impact assessment have also been adequately responded to. And if you look at the table in that review, you'll see how AECOM have responded, and then you go back to the report and you see that what they've said they're going to do, they've done. So I looked at it that way, and I'm satisfied that the peer reviewers' comments have been responded to. My review of the submissions that have been made on the supplementary EES showed that most of the issues raised by submitters are not of concern, because basically the species that people raised as being of concern are either not affected by the project. They're not significantly affected. And the ecological processes that people raised, what's going to be the impact of dredging, the consequences of that, or erosion and sedimentation during construction, the sorts of impact pathways or ecological process concerns that people raised in submission. Again, the work that has been done shows that they're not going to be compromised, and therefore the potential for indirect or unknown impacts is pretty low. Finally, I found that the mitigation measures that I evaluated were found to be relevant and effective in terms of mitigating the relatively minor impacts of the project on listed migratory and threatened birds. And they relate to both the terrestrial side of it, where the whole idea is to confine the footprint to the approved removal, and the consequent construction environmental management measures to ensure that retained vegetation, for example, is not removed, but also in terms of mitigating and managing sedimentation and erosion in coastal areas and around the dredging areas. So I'm not concerned that there are any unknown potential risks or impacts there. So in conclusion, I've got a couple of pages of conclusions. The updated threatened and migratory bird assessment responds appropriately to most of the Minister's directions. The exception, of course, is the issue of using cumulative or maximum counts rather than mean counts to estimate the importance of the Avalon foreshore. But as I said before, one needs to jump up a level and look at that as in the big picture. And if you look at it, the big picture, then it is important. And indeed, in Technical Report B, the point is made that it's part of a Ramsar wetland and therefore it is important. So given the Ramsar wetland was designated very much off the back of high numbers of shorebirds occurring there, I think that's still a valid approach. It's clear that the project will not lead to a significant impact on threatened and migratory birds that requires offsetting. This is the same conclusion as the original EES, but covering a more comprehensive list of potentially affected species. So in terms of filling that gap, I think it's done it, but the same conclusions actually do apply to the new species. They've gone through the exercise, they've looked at the marine impact pathways, they've looked at the consequences of that for the marine and coastal birds they didn't look at last time, and have come to the correct conclusion in terms of there not being any significant impact. The impact pathways triggered by the project have been appropriately identified and evaluated and not significantly affect those habitats to the east, where important numbers of migratory shorebirds occur. The mitigation measures, provided they're implemented within an approved environmental management plan and system, will ensure that direct and indirect impacts on both marine and intertidal threatened migratory birds in Corio Bay and nearby Avalon foreshore will not be significant. So my conclusion is, considering the foregoing, the Technical Report B and the related parts of the Supplementary EES, including the Environmental Management Framework, have comprehensively addressed the Minister's directions. And for this reason, they provide the information required to inform decision-making by providing a sound understanding of the impacts of the project on threatened and migratory birds.
Mr. Lane, I should probably just put to you the Gangang cockatoo on the basis of one species that was raised by the council, albeit in the context, the misunderstanding about the operation of the EPBC Act. But can you just assist the committee in understanding that that species has otherwise been identified?
Yeah, no, if you have a look at, again, Appendix A to a Technical Report B, the likelihood of occurrence table, you'll see on the second page, the Gangang cockatoo is pretty comprehensively. Yeah, sure. Let me just quickly. Where are we? Bear with me. Here we go. So this is Technical Report B. Let me do a quick fit the page. Appendix A, likelihood occurrence of threatened birds. And if we go to the second page here, I'll just try and blow that up a bit. You can see Gangang cockatoo here. Sorry, let me try and get this a bit bigger so it's actually legible. So you can see Gangang cockatoo, it's listed as endangered on both the EPBC and FFG Act. The nearest records most recently, which have been 24, were basically in the suburbs of the northern suburbs of Geelong in 2016. It's like there was a bit of a winter outbreak there one year and the records have ended up being submitted. It's basically a species that likes continuous forest and woodland, but when it's on the move between patches, it will turn up in areas like plantations and urban gardens and what have we. And those 2016 records were actually from there. There's a map earlier in Technical Report B of all the threatened bird records. And you'll see over to the left in Geelong, there's a cluster of Gangang cockatoo records there. There are no records recorded in the actual area affected by this project, for example, in the sugar gum plantations along the road or anywhere else. Notwithstanding that, because it's a mobile species, they've assessed its likelihood in the terrestrial part of the project, the pipeline area, as being likely. But it's my view that given the infrequency of records in the region, the fact that the species at certain times of year moves around between those large patches of forest, such as the Otways, such as Brisbane Ranges, such as the Central Highlands north of Ballarat, the movement of the population between those large blocks means they will show up occasionally in small patches of treed habitat such as this, but only a very small extent of that, far less than a hectare of that planted vegetation is going to be removed. And that's unlikely to significantly affect the population, either in terms of the FFG Act on public land or a significant impact under the EPBC Act, significant impact criteria.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. There are questions.
Okay. Ms. Collingwood, 10 to 20 minutes you were thinking?
Probably closer to 10 and 20.
Yes. Okay, we'll hand over to you.
Thank you. My name is Ms. Collingwood and I'm representing Geelong Grammar School.
If you're
Thank you. I knew I'd do that. Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Mr. Lane. I'm representing Geelong Grammar School. I wanted to start by talking to you about your approach. As part of your assessment, you were obviously engaged to review Technical Report B, the Supplementary Threatened and Migratory Bird Impact Assessment.
That's correct.
And on page 5 of your report, in the table there, you observe that Technical Report B relies on the Marine Impact Assessment in Technical Report A in relation to bird habitats and aspects of the project that might have consequences for threatened or migratory birds. In the bottom right-hand section of page 5 there.
Yeah, in that right-hand cell of the table.
Yeah,
Yep.
and that's explicit, isn't it, in Technical Report B, in the assumptions and limitations section, where it's noted that the supplementary assessment relies on the findings of the Technical Report A, Supplementary Marine Environment Impact Assessment in relation to the outcomes of the revised marine modelling when considering implications of the project for threatened and or migratory birds. The assessment therefore assumes that the findings in Supplementary Statement Technical Report A represent the impacts of the project on the marine environment. Now, that's what Technical Report B says, and you fairly acknowledge at page 5 also that your review didn't consider the efficacy of Technical Report A.
No, that's right.
Correct?
I'm not a marine ecologist with deep expertise in that subject.
Yeah. So it was your approach to take the marine assessment in Technical Report A at face value without seeking to interrogate its accuracy or
Yes.
reliability.
Yes.
You would accept as a matter of logic that it flows that if the marine assessment is found by this committee to be deficient or inaccurate in some way, material to threatened or migratory birds, then that would have the potential to impact the reliability of Technical Report B and in turn the conclusions that you've reached in your report.
Yeah, if there were serious issues, that would be the case. I mean, I have been involved in sort of looking at the impact of dredging on coastal wetlands and ecosystems in the past. For example, we did the coastal bird impact assessment for the channel deepening project in Port Phillip Bay a decade or so ago. In that situation, it was clear that there's always a sort of sensitivity around the modelling. And yeah, if the differences in the modelling were enormous, then yeah, you'd have to step back and say, well, I can't rely on that anymore. But when we look at those marine impact assessments and apply them and interpret them for the purpose of looking at bird impacts, you're looking at it with a degree of sensitivity. In other words, you expect some variability around the estimated mean, and there's obviously variation over time, different times of day, different weather conditions. There'll be different levels of sediment and sedimentation, for example, as a consequence of dredging. And the modelling and assessments do try and describe that and take account of it. So my sense would be that you have to rely on it at some level of detail. You don't just take it on face value. And at that level of detail, in terms of understanding natural variability, there's the capacity for birds and the way they use foraging areas, particularly say marine birds, and say vary in little terns that are feeding on fish around Corio Bay. If there's a period where sedimentation closer to their normal foraging grounds a bit further to the east was higher than maybe modelled, they would probably move to some other part of Corio Bay or perhaps to the ponds of the Moolap or Avalon saltworks to feed, as long as that sediment was in the area. Once it had settled out, then they'd probably move back into their area. That's the sort of flexibility that those species have. So if there was a really huge flaw in the marine assessment, then yeah, you'd have to revisit the threatened bird assessment.
Well, you'd have to assess the flaw or the inaccuracy or the underestimation or overestimation. You'd have to assess its nature and its consequence before you could reach that conclusion.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
And if it was particularly, if it was an extreme difference, then you'd be...
Well, if it was a material difference, it would compel you to have to revisit your assessment, wouldn't it?
If it was significantly different from the original finding, yes.
Yeah.
But if it was within the bounds of natural variability, then I wouldn't be too concerned.
Thank you. Those are my only questions for Mr. Lane.
Thanks, Ms. Collingwood. The IAC has some questions for you, and I'm going to hand over to Member Briscoe, who's online today, to put some questions to you first.
Thank you. Yeah, my first question is just about the assessment methodology in the supplementary assessment. Was any field work undertaken, or was it purely a desktop study?
Technical B was a desktop study that relied on compiling additional existing information on additional species and also going back to and reanalyzing the data that were collected on shorebirds, for example, during the original EES. But it also relied on, it also compiled from the marine impact assessment the relevant impact pathways and then assessed the consequences of those for marine and coastal threatened species. So it was very much a desktop exercise. There was no additional field work undertaken.
My next question is a point of clarification about a figure that's in technical report. It's figure 4.5, which is the one showing the Werribee Avalon shorebird area with major roosting and feeding sites. Figure 4.5.
I'm trying to find it. I think I accidentally closed report B. Sorry about that. Bear with me for a minute. Okay. So which page was that?
I don't have the page number. I've got a figure number, figure 4.5.
Just trying to look for that now. Oh, yes. Yep, 38. Yes, yeah.
Is it possible to get that on the screen?
Screen share that?
Yeah, sure. I'll just blow it up a bit. Okay, let's take it up. Sorry, I'll take it up a notch.
Thank you. I'm particularly interested in the area around the Avalon Saltworks, which is closest to the project area.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to confirm with, I guess, the roosting and the feeding sites. First of all, with the yellow dots, which are our feeding sites, are they in Corio Bay, as in intertidal areas? What type of habitat are they?
Sure. This is a figure from a report that synthesised findings from the whole area on migratory shorebirds. So it just talks about migratory shorebirds, not the other marine threatened species. The yellow dots indicate the key intertidal feeding areas. And as I said in my original evidence, the southern part of the Avalon Saltworks here, are you seeing my, no, you're not seeing my cursor. That's interesting. The southern part of the Avalon Saltworks there, where it says Avalon Saltworks, those yellow dots are the key intertidal foraging areas. Up in the red area, which is the Western Treatment Plant, the yellow dots represent this in the southern part, the Spit Nature Conservation Reserve, and in the northern area, that foreshore from Point Kirk up to the mouth of Little River. So that's the low tide feeding areas. The red dots represent the roost sites. When those areas are covered, they'll move into the ponds of the Avalon Saltworks and that eastern extremity of the Avalon Saltworks known as Snake Island to roost. They'll also move up into the lagoons of the Western Treatment Plant behind the coast, as well as the sandy spits of the Spit Nature Conservation Reserve. You can see there in the southern part of the red area. And there's a few high tide roosting points in some of the treatment lagoons within the Western Treatment Plant to the north there, where they'll move. So that map pretty accurately summarises where that complex of habitats I was talking about earlier actually exists.
Thank you. So the only sites that are, I guess, exposed to the tidal processes, and if there were to be any, I guess, sediment plumes from dredging, the red points, the roosting sites wouldn't be exposed. It would only be the yellow sites, the feeding sites that would be exposed or potentially exposed.
That's correct. Yeah, the impacts on the marine environment are those that potentially could affect the intertidal zone that these shorebirds live in. But the impacts on the marine environment could also potentially affect other species of marine birds, such as terns, that forage in the shallow inshore waters at high or low tide. So when I concluded that the impacts on marine and coastal birds were not significant, based on the marine impact assessment and the working technical report, it involved not just those intertidal areas, but also those threatened marine birds that could occur in Corio Bay and that occur exclusively in marine areas, not just intertidal areas.
Now I'll move on to a question about the black swan. Does that breed
Yes.
in line? Does black swan breed in Limeburners Bay or Corio?
I'm not sure that it would breed there because it's slightly tidal and they tend to build a floating or a nest in shallow water. Because it's a large heavy nest, it won't be floating. It usually sits on the bed of a wetland. They lay their eggs on the top of a big mound of uprooted vegetation. Because Limeburners is tidal, I don't think it's an ideal breeding habitat. The reason Limeburners Lagoon and indeed nearshore marine areas are important for black swans is that in water shallow enough for the swan to be able to upend and reach with its beak on the end of its long neck, so we're talking water up to about 1.2, 1.3 metres deep, there are often areas of seagrass and the swans will come in and graze the seagrass. That's one of their main sources of food. And the concentrations of up to thousands of swans that have been seen in Limeburners Lagoon are actually foraging on the seagrass. And what we do know about the black swan is that it, when it rains inland, such as a La Nina year, when there are lots of wetlands across the continent, there are quite small numbers of black swans left in coastal areas. But when those wetlands dry out, and in particular when there's a drought, those seagrass beds in shallow marine areas around southeastern and southern Australia become an extremely important drought refuge for swans. So my understanding of the marine assessment is that the sediment plumes and the consequences of the dredging activity and the operation of the facility are not going to adversely affect the seagrass beds in Limeburners Lagoon. And consequently, there won't be any significant impact on the black swans as a consequence of the project. Small numbers of black swans occur to the west around Corio Bay. And even during drought years, you can get, several hundred within Corio Bay around the edge, sorry, the north shore of Corio Bay. Most years it's less than that, but the big concentrations happen off the south coast of Point Wilson, around the Spit Nature Conservation Reserve, and in Lime Burners Lagoon. So none of which are going to be affected by the project.
And so you're saying that the black swan is a species that will move like the ducks move in response to climatic conditions. So they're not a sedentary species?
No, they're very much nomadic, yeah, like a lot of Australian water birds. There is a portion of the population that will stay around in the one area, but obviously there's tremendous opportunities to breed and feed in temporary habitats that occur during flood years. And they certainly exploit that, and they'll often breed very successfully during those very wet times and produce a lot of young. And they and the young then move out to the coast when all of that dries out again. So you get a spike in numbers after inland breeding events, and those numbers will stay until those inland wetlands fill up again. But there's a component of the population that's less nomadic and sort of, if you like, resident around the western shores of Port Phillip Bay. So there's always some swans there. They're never completely absent.
So there are species, if conditions were unfavourable in a certain location, they could get up and move out of there. They're not territorial. They're not particularly stuck in a particular location. They're sort of very territorial.
That's right. Yeah, like a lot of water birds, they're capable of moving between habitats depending on suitability.
Okay. And so then if they breed, I understand black swan breeds in the winter months. So if they happen to be, if the dredging were to happen at the same time as their breeding time, are you suggesting that would then not have an effect on the black swan?
Yeah. I don't think there's any significant numbers of swans breeding close to where the activity is going to be happening. So I'm pretty sure there isn't.
Move on to the question of the revised marine assessment, which has already been brought up in a couple of questions beforehand. But I wanted to explore, I guess, with you the sensitivity of your conclusions to the marine assessment. And I guess you understand already that the assessment will be contested next week by expert witnesses being called by Geelong Grammar. I guess in the interim, I'd like to explore with you some, I guess, some questions about how dependent your conclusions are on some of these, or how reliant you are on some of the assumptions based on the marine assessment. So, first of all, in terms of the effects of the operational effects of the projects, these would be basically the chlorinated discharges. What are the implications there? What would the implications be if the effects were to be somewhat greater or significantly greater than you've assumed based on the marine assessment? Would that be of consequence to your conclusions?
In terms of that discharge question, ongoing discharge question, my understanding is that the extent of the change in background concentrations is quite limited. And so the extent of the change in background levels of chlorine, for example, would have to be much, much larger for there to be consequences. So in other words, the modelling would have to be really completely out for us to need to revisit that, for that to occur.
And so based on the existing chlorine discharge, is there any evidence of all the birds being affected by that?
No.
My second question, I guess the second part of the question is, I guess, to what degree are your conclusions sensitive to the assumptions about the dredging impacts? So if the dredging impacts were to be larger, so if therefore for example to be quite a much larger plume of turbid water, say in reality dredging happens and maybe the model underestimates the effects, and it might also be that unfortunately the dredger happens to be there at the time when the winds are all blowing from south to north and blowing everything straight into Lime Burners Bay or onto the Avalon foreshore, and things were considerably worse. What would that mean for birds?
the birds depend on the migratory shorebirds in particular. I'll talk about the migratory shorebirds first, then the marine birds. The migratory shorebirds, obviously, as I said before, they're not as mobile as the marine birds. They haven't got as many options. The Avalon foreshore to the east of Avalon Road is an important component of their intertidal foraging habitats between there and Little River. A trigger for reassessing the impacts of the project on threatened species might be a prediction of the marine assessment that the sedimentation, the different sedimentation levels and the different turbidity levels, and critically the seasonality and the duration of that was sufficiently different that they could affect the primary productivity of the intertidal flats and the immediate adjacent nearshore waters. Then you'd revisit the intertidal bird assessment. The reason being that the intertidal birds live in an ecosystem that depends on two forms of primary production. One is the seagrass and algae growth, and the movement of algae from, say, offshore rocky reefs onto the foreshore, and the organic and nutrient enrichment that causes. And the second is the in situ, what we call microphytobenthos, which is a kind of algal and diatom layer that lives across the mudflat, and is a photosynthetic microorganisms that forms a layer, like one big leaf, if you like, and is a form of primary production that the invertebrates that live in the mud then feed on, and those invertebrate populations depend on the productivity of that source of primary production, and therefore the abundance of the food and its availability to shorebirds depends on that. So if there was a knock-on effect from a different turbidity plume or duration or seasonality, and I understand seagrasses are sensitive to turbidity at key seasonal times, then that potentially, if temporarily, potentially for a couple of years, affects the primary production of those intertidal mudflats and therefore potentially their capacity to support foraging shorebirds.
Did you say that would need to take a couple of years before you'd see a significant impact? Sorry.
Excuse me. It may last that long. I mean, you'd have to talk to a seagrass expert about that, but my understanding is that if the turbidity was high enough, it could potentially knock out the seagrasses, and it would take a couple of years for them at least to recover.
I see.
Yeah. So it's that period of both the impact and then the recovery phase that the primary production may be significantly reduced, and therefore potentially food supplies for intertidal feeding shorebirds could be affected.
Making some notes there. So that was for shorebirds, and it just say so that were to come to pass and happen at the Avalon foreshore, would those birds be able to move into the other parts of the Ramsar wetland or other areas and be able to sort of adapt to that, or would there be implications for, I guess, the population of that wetland or the broader population if that were to happen?
Look, I think it's fair to say the latest information which this assessment has collected on the numbers of shorebirds using that section of the Avalon foreshore, it is a comparatively small proportion of the total numbers of shorebirds that use the wider complex up to the Little River. It's quite possible that temporarily those birds will join the others elsewhere in that complex and sort of feed within that area. It's interesting that from year to year there are strong variations in the breeding success of migratory shorebirds, such that some years the numbers can increase by up to 20%. With an influx of juveniles after an exceptionally good breeding year in the Arctic. And so that 20% increase in numbers is something that the population, the habitat is able to absorb. The next year there might only be 3% young produced, the following year 15%. So those sorts of natural variabilities are sort of absorbed by the system over time. And the proportion of birds using the Avalon foreshore were it negatively affected in the way we've been discussing, I think could be absorbed within that kind of natural variability. Sorry, elsewhere in the larger system.
You also mentioned marine birds.
Sorry, yes, I did. That was the second group. Marine birds are a bit more mobile, obviously, and they're basically foraging above I'll call it a two-dimensional habitat. Spatially, they can move to wherever the conditions suit. The other thing we also know, and again, you'd have to talk to a fish specialist about this, but from what I've heard over the years and what I've learned, fish will also respond to turbidity plumes, and sometimes the smaller fish, which, for example, some of the threatened tern species like little tern and fairy tern rely on, some of those will school sort of inside the turbid water plume, using the turbid water as screening from the larger predatory fish. That also screens them from predation by birds and reduces the capacity of the birds to find them. That said, during the channel deepening project, I often was out on a boat on Port Phillip Bay, and I noticed where there was a sediment plume during the dredging, that there would be a concentration of foraging terns and cormorants along the edge of the turbidity plume. And they seemed to be responding to the fact that the fish were sort of popping in and out of the edge of that plume. And the plume was kind of attracting the fish up to a point. So, yeah, there's a lot of behavioural as well as sort of productivity and ecological process consequences of dredge plumes that make it a very complex system to predict. So yeah, the understanding the impacts of a more consistent and denser turbid plume in the area on the coastal birds is a slightly more complex problem, because there are behavioural consequences for their prey and then a behavioural response by the birds, but there's also obviously potential impact on primary production. If there's too much turbidity over the microphytobenthos and the seagrass that occurs on the bed of Corio Bay, that in turn could drop the primary productivity for a year or so. There'd be that same period of hiatus in production that could affect the availability of food locally. My sense is that they'd move up further up the Western Arm or up off the coast of the Western Treatment Plant, where there's a highly productive habitat for them in response to that. And again, that would be a temporary thing. So I think the overall bay-wide implications of something of a worse marine consequence, I don't think would be probably, you know, the species concerned, marine species concerned, will probably adapt to that.
Just looking at the other birds, they've got their, I guess the other bird categories covered in the report with the water birds, raptors, and terrestrial birds. I'm guessing, would there be any implications for those?
Again, the other water birds included things like the egrets and the ducks. There was most of the threatened duck species are freshwater species. They tend not to occur in the marine environment, and there are no consequences of the project for freshwater wetlands, for example, along the pipeline route. The terrestrial threatened species, the two key ones that fell out as potentially occurring were the Gangang cockatoo, which I've addressed before, but also the swift parrot. A little bit like the Gangang cockatoo, the swift parrot, it breeds in Tasmania, migrates to the mainland as far north as almost Brisbane every year in the winter. It passes through the Melbourne region on migration, and some of them will spend the whole winter in the Melbourne region if there's good flowering eucalypts available. They have been, the main eucalypts in the vicinity of the pipeline are sugar gums, which actually flower from February through to late April, which is when the swift parrots are moving north. And there are, for example, records of swift parrots feeding the sugar gum plantations around the Uyangs at that time of year when the sugar gum are flowering and when the swift parrots are on the move. The amount of habitat and the size of the trees and the actual area of habitat affected by the project, I don't think its removal will compromise the capacity of the species to move through the area on migration or to use larger plantations nearby during the winter should the should they flower sufficiently to provide the nectar that it feeds on. So on the terrestrial side of things, I'm not concerned that there's going to be a significant impact on particularly those two species.
Well, we've talked about the black swan already, and I understand from what you've said that the black swan wouldn't be breeding there anyway. And would the black swan then be able to move away if conditions are unfavourable, say in Limeburner Bay, where it couldn't forage on the seagrass if the seagrass were to be lost?
Yeah, the largest numbers of black swans at Limeburners would occur in the peak of summer when all the inland wetlands have dried out, and in particular during drought years. If you were to lose the seagrass in Limeburners, there'd be consequences for the summer numbers of black swans in Limeburners lagoons. So you'd want to be pretty sure you were managing things such that there were no consequences for the seagrass beds in Limeburners lagoon if you were concerned to maintain the population of black swans there.
And what would happen if that were to happen? Would they move elsewhere, or would some of them die because there'd be no room for them somewhere else?
Look, they would, but because there's been several thousand recorded there at key times, there's potential for some population consequence for that to occur. But it'd have to be a pretty widespread seagrass dieback event that happened to knock out that many black swans.
And so if it were to be severely turbid during the dredging period, say in the early spring, late winter, that are you saying then there will be few black swans that will be affected?
Look, I think if the seagrass beds were to die back as a consequence of any different assessment of the behaviour of the turbidity plume, that would be a consequence for the black swan. I think you'd have to speak to a seagrass specialist to determine what the tolerance of those seagrass beds might be to the magnitude and extent and duration of the turbidity in the area.
I understand that.
And then I'd rely on that to say, well, the consequence for swans is. But if it was to knock out all the seagrass beds in Limeburners Lagoon, then I think that would have a population consequence for black swans in southeastern Australia.
Yeah, I'll be exploring the seagrass issues next week, so
sure. Yeah.
Getting into those, but I'm just trying to understand what it means, whether it's just seagrass per se, like the implications and for flowing implications. And the other species we're particularly interested in the sharp-tailed sandpiper, given that that's the one with the large percentage of highway. How would that go in a really worst case scenario?
Actually,
sorry, Dr. Briscoe, the question trailed off for me. Could you just ask it again?
My question was in relation to the sharp-tailed sandpiper, which is the species that has 0.1% of its flyway in the transect at Avalon Beach. My question was what the consequence would be of a worst case dredging impact scenario with very high turbidity and potentially loss of seagrass.
Just a worst case as modelled, or a worst case meaning it's completely wrong or considerably worse?
A worst case if things were completely wrong. So I guess given that we're hearing, contradictory evidence next week in relation to the marine modelling, I'm exploring with Dr. Lane as to what the implications might be for birds if the modelling were completely out and if there were a completely different scenario. So
can I say, Dr. Briscoe, we'll agree as a proponent that if the marine modelling or the hydrodynamic modelling is completely out or completely wrong, there might be consequences for us. I just wonder if it's a really useful, and with all due respect, but whether we really want a hypothetical set of questions around something being completely wrong. If it's completely wrong, we'll discover that next week, and no doubt the committee would make conclusions based on that. But I'm not sure how this witness really ought to be answering questions around that. How assisted are we by hypotheticals on pretty wild assumptions that seagrass is knocked out or that everything's completely wrong or everything considerably worse? It's not. I wonder how assisted the committee generally is by that. I mean it with due respect, Dr. Briscoe, but They're pretty wild assumptions in the questions.
I might rephrase the question then to ask Dr. Lane in terms of what the implication would be for elevated and elevated turbidity plume at Avalon Beach in relation to the sandpiper, and what the relationship, I guess, what degree of dependence any of the sandpiper has on seagrass.
Sure. As I explained before, seagrass is one of the key sources of primary production on the intertidal and nearshore ecosystem on which the migratory shorebirds, including sharp-tailed sandpiper, depend. So in the absolute worst case scenario where all of that was knocked out, there would obviously be consequences. I think, as I explained before, because that stretch of foreshore represents a relatively small proportion of the habitat that's available in the wider complex up to Little River, and the fact that from year to year there are big variations in the numbers of shorebirds in that system, the temporary unavailability of the Avalon foreshore, even for a couple of years, would only affect a relatively small proportion of the total numbers of sharp-tailed sandpipers and other shorebirds in the wider complex, and they would move and use other habitats within that complex. So I don't think, unlike the worst case scenario for black swans, for which Limeburners Lagoon is an important habitat, I don't think that, not important in terms of EPBC Act imports, because it has thousands of swans in it. But whereas for swans, that, Limeburners Lagoon being knocked out would be important. If the Avalon foreshore were knocked out in a hypothetical worst case scenario, then I think the birds that use that area would move further east and be part of the bigger complex of habitats and just use the bigger complex of habitats. We know that there's movement from the Avalon foreshore all the way up to Little River. So all of those habitats would be used instead of the Avalon foreshore. And because of the natural variability numbers, the capacity of those habitats to support the birds that are displaced from Avalon, I think, is there. And so there wouldn't be any significant population consequences for that site.
On now to matters of national environmental significance. And I noticed in the list of material reviewed, you didn't mention attachment 2 to the supplementary EES, which is the matters of national environmental significance report.
Yeah,
did you actually have a chance to look at it?
This is the
so the supplementary EES in the technical reports, there's a technical report B which you've reviewed in detail, and in attachments there's an MNES.
That's right, yeah, and that's it revisits the significance of the habitats and also the impact pathways.
That's correct. Is that something you've looked at and reviewed?
Not in detail, but the key review was for technical report B.
Yeah, okay, no, because I was going to ask you whether you thought that report, that MNES report, adequately addresses the EPBC Act requirements in relation to that as national environment.
Look, the extent to which I addressed it was to make sure that the species that were listed in this report were carried through into technical report B.
Okay.
So.
And other question, I'm not sure whether you'll be able to answer it, but basically in the significant impact assessment tables for threatened species and migratory species, it includes an assumption about dredging during construction and project-related discharges would not impact the Ramsar site and would not impact food resources, threatened or migrating shorebird or seabird species, amongst other factors. And my question was that if that assumption were not to be correct, or were only partially correct, or it was more nuanced that, or there may be a greater impact, would then the significant impact assessment fall over, or would that not be a determining factor if that were to be I guess if that were not to be as benign as that the assessments say.
Look, I think I'll answer that with a general question about the impact assessment generally, not
Yeah.
just the EPBC Act. If the worst case eventuates and the marine impact assessment is shown to be completely flawed and inaccurate, then you would revisit all of the impact assessments on the habitats affected for all species.
I guess my question may be a little bit more subtle than that, but basically at the moment it's saying it is saying project dredging during construction and project related discharges would not impact the Ramsar site and would not impact food resources. And so I guess there's various degrees of impact. So if there were to be a minor impact, which wouldn't necessarily be the worst case scenario, but possibly a moderate impact, would any impact be enough to throw the assessment out and throw it back open to reassessment? At what point? And I guess it's maybe difficult for you to answer if you haven't actually reviewed those tables.
Well, I mean, I've got table 7 of the report open now, and I'm very familiar with this significant impact criteria for wetlands of international importance. You would have to either destroy or substantially modify the wetland. You'd have to result in a measurable change in hydrological regime, which I understand probably won't happen. And the habitat or life cycle of native species that are dependent on the wetland would need to be interrupted. Substantial and measurable change in water quality, and I think that's what would then need to be revisited. So in response to that, the Matters of National Environment Significance report indicates dredging to be localised of short duration would not reach the Ramsar site. It would obviously have to be of longer duration, less localised, and obviously reach the Ramsar site. My understanding would be probably have to reach the Ramsar site consistently and regularly over a particularly sensitive period in terms of its impacts on the primary production of the wetland ecosystem. So you might, if the marine, all the work that's been done, the marine assessment is completely wrong, then you'd have to revisit that particular impact pathway. That said, the Ramsar site goes all the way up to the Werribee River. And the kind of temporary effect that I've been talking about on the intertidal mudflats of the Avalon foreshore that might be a consequence of a larger, heavier and longer duration turbidity plume, again, will probably be temporary because they're only related to the dredging phase of the project, acknowledging that occasionally there'll have to be maintenance dredging, although probably not all that frequently. And so again, the consequences for the animals that live there, the consequences particularly for the shorebirds that live there, which is one of the key values for which the Ramsar site was nominated, I've described earlier as probably not being significant, even in the context of a completely different outcome of a marine impact assessment, negative outcome of a marine impact assessment. So that would be one of the significant impact criteria that could be affected. In terms of invasive species, the final of the 4 or 5 significant impact criteria, again, that tends to relate to the operation of the facility rather than turbidity plumes. I hope that's helpful.
That is. So the other tables I was interested in were tables, it's table 8 and table 9, which are the ones that refer to the birds, the threatened species.
Sure.
Species. And they're very similar anyway, so maybe you could answer both together.
Sure. Happy to do that. The significant impact on a threatened species, the criteria lead to a long-term decrease in the size of population. My understanding is that even if the marine assessment was completely wrong, the dredging impact, which seems to be the higher, the most extensive impact of the project, that if it was predicted to be completely out and there was a lot more turbidity going to happen in that area, it would only be a temporary decrease. It wouldn't be a long-term decrease. In terms of reducing the area of occupancy, it's not, it wouldn't be a permanent reduction in the area of occupancy, it'd only be temporary. In terms of fragmenting a population, again, I'm thinking of some of the threatened shorebirds that use the Avalon foreshore. It wouldn't fragment them because they're still able to move up into the balance of the habitats and the rest of the habitat complex up to the Little River. If adversely affect habitat critical to the survival of a species, again, the the numbers of, for example, little and fairy terns in Corio Bay and the frequency with which they use it, and the numbers of threatened shorebirds on the foreshore of, on the Avalon foreshore, it would be marginal to call that habitat critical to survival of the species. And particularly for the marine species, such as the terns, there's scope for them to move to other parts of the bay. And there's also the kind of behavioural responses that I was talking about before that in fact may not represent an impact at all, but could in fact create a foraging opportunity. So there's, yeah, it's the jury's out as to whether it's going to affect habitat critical survival. In terms of disrupting the breeding cycle, in that table there, they mentioned Australian painted snipe, not likely to be in the area regularly. Fairy tern nest on beaches and offshore islands, and do need nearby healthy areas in which to forage. But again, they can move tens of kilometres to foraging areas if they have to from their breeding sites. So I don't think there's going to be disruption of the breeding cycle. Modify, destroy or isolate or decrease availability of habitat to the extent the species is likely to decline. I think because of the adaptability of those species, the capacity of, say, threatened shorebirds to move into the balance of the habitat complex between there and Little River, the capacity of the marine threatened species to move around and find alternative resources, the possibility the plume may create an opportunity. Again, I think it's unlikely that the temporary effect of a very different plume from what's being predicted would result in a significant impact in accordance with that criterion. Invasive species we've addressed before under the Ramsar Convention. Disease, unlikely to be introduced, and interfere substantially with the recovery of the species. I think because we've come out as sort of no on significant impact criteria for threatened species earlier, there's not going to be an impact on the recovery of the species. And the impact of a vastly different turbidity plume is going to be temporary anyway. So doesn't compromise the medium to long-term recovery of the species. Was that helpful? It's off the top of my head, but
yeah, very helpful.
And similarly, if we look at table 9, the migratory species,
yeah.
If you'd like me to go to that.
If you would, that would be helpful. Yeah.
Sure. Again, there's a number of criteria there. Modify, destroy or isolate an important habitat. It's going to modify it temporarily. It's not going to destroy it, and it's certainly not going to isolate it. And by that, we're talking about the impact of the worst possible turbidity plume that knocks out the primary production of the Avalon foreshore. Okay. Terrestrial birds, I'm not concerned about. Terrestrial migratory species seriously disrupt the life cycle of an ecologically significant proportion of migratory species. It will disrupt it for the time that the impacts are there, but the recovery of the primary production after the turbidity plume, which, as I say, may take more than a year, means that will it be a serious disruption? It's a temporary disruption. Is it serious in terms of its consequences? If the birds can move to the other habitats in the complex and survive for that extra 18 months, move back in again, I can't see that as seriously disrupting them. I know this isn't completely comprehensive because I'm rolling off the top of my head. Invasive species is again another criterion there at the bottom of the table. Yeah, that's it. So no, again, for the listed migratory species, I'm pretty comfortable that for the reasons I've explained, the impacts on the migratory species of a vastly different turbidity plume is unlikely to be significant.
I'll now go for some questions on the environmental management framework.
So, sorry, I didn't quite hear that.
I'll move to some questions on the environmental management framework, the EMF, which is in the supplementary EES. And you've basically said you reviewed the EMF and yes, your comments had a couple of qualifiers within them. I just wanted to check what you meant by those. So in one comment you say, provided the measures in table 2, which are the mitigation measures, are effectively implemented within a modern construction in an operational environmental management system, then impacts on threatened and migratory birds beyond those described in the impact assessment will be avoided. And I guess I'm asking you what you meant by the qualifiers, provided that the reference to the modern construction and operational environmental management system. Are you there looking for something? So I just wanted to understand what you meant by there, what you required that to do to make sure that the impacts were mitigated.
Sure. Look, the actual mitigation measures that are described are going to be effective. Okay. Yeah. Where these things often break down is in the way in which they're implemented and managed, and in particular the management system and the clear delegations and responsibilities among, for example, the construction workforce and the management of the construction workforce. So if by a modern environmental management system, I'm referring to something that would, say, comply with ISO 14000, which sets out not just that the measures be effective, but the governance, if you like, and the structure of the team that oversees the implementation of environmental management plans, and their authority and the delegations to who implements are very, very clearly set out and implemented consistently. So it's that kind of ISO 14000 strong and effective management system that sits above the framework or sits above the management measures themselves, that gives certainty and assurance that they're going to be implemented as intended and have the result that's intended.
And this might be a question outside your expertise, but did you then, in looking at the EMF as it is in the supplementary environmental effects statement, does that have all the requirements that would need to be there to ensure that to happen?
Look, it's a fairly high level document, but it does have in section 9.4 very clear indication in table 9.3 of the roles and responsibilities of people in there. So, and that to me seems to be consistent with the sort of management structure and system that would be called for under ISO 14000. So it also includes an independent environmental auditor, not just clear responsibilities of contractors, consultants, the proponent itself and related regulatory bodies. So that's pointing in the right direction. So I'm sure, based on my experience of modern construction projects, that that can be achieved. And this section 9.4 specifically provides a framework of who's responsible for what, that can then be plugged into the environmental management system that sits over the construction and operational environmental management plans for the project.
Yeah, no, I'm just asking that question because we're also, I guess, looking at ways in which the EMF can be strengthened and improved. So if there was anything you could see that could be done to improve things, that would be helpful to us. My next question is, in reviewing the mitigation measures, you've only reviewed those relating to terrestrial and coastal impacts on threatened and migratory birds, and you haven't reviewed the comprehensive marine mitigation measures, for which you've which you've assumed will have an effect of reducing the indirect impacts.
I didn't review the marine impact assessment.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you at a very high level, without sort of getting to the nitty-gritty, what kinds of things the marine measures would need to ensure to make, I guess, to mitigate impacts on birds. At the very highest level, what are the targets they need to hit in terms of providing food or something like that, food or habitat or whatever?
Yeah, I think the protection of the primary production of the seagrass beds and algal beds and the primary production of the microphotobenthos layer. And that depends obviously on the penetration of light through the water because they're photosynthesizing. So a specialist in those areas could define the extent, level of turbidity and the duration of that level of turbidity and indeed its seasonality. And set some parameters around what's expected. or rather what's required to protect the primary production that underpins the ecosystems on which the threatened marine migratory birds depend.
So the main thing is the primary production. So when you talk about seasonality and turbidity, that's seasonality in relation to the requirements of the primary producers, not seasonality in relation to the birds' patterns.
Yeah, yeah.
And the birds themselves, then, if the water were to be turbid, are you saying that the seasonality of the turbidity or the suspended sediment per se is not something that's important to the birds?
Yeah, no, my understanding, and again, I'm not an expert, but my understanding is particularly for seagrasses, there's a particular season, there's a particular period of the year when they're at their highest productivity and growth rates.
Yep.
And that if you shade them with a highly turbid plume for that period, you really hit their primary productivity quite hard. If you can avoid high turbidity at that time of year, then that obviously reduces the risk of that happening. But that's a very general, non-expert understanding of how that works.
No, that's okay. But I just wanted to check if there wasn't anything else in terms of the marine hydrodynamics or sediment or otherwise that might be important for birds. So your evidence is the primary production is.
It's the primary production, yeah.
Primary production with the marine.
Yeah, and it's that the effect of turbidity on light penetration, because primary production very much depends on light.
Yeah. I have a very general question. I guess overall, is your evidence that the EMF, the measures there, basically adequately avoid minimise impacts on threatened and migratory birds, assuming that the marine mitigation measures address the primary production question?
Yeah, based on the evidence and information that I've reviewed, including the application of the updated marine assessment to the threatened and migratory bird assessment, I'm satisfied that the project's not going to have a significant impact on listed migratory species, listed threatened species, or FFG listed species of bird.
My next questions are related to monitoring. And have you reviewed the monitoring proposed in the EMF project?
Not in detail.
So I just wanted to, I guess, get your understanding on it, or how it introduces, how it addresses potential impacts on threatened and migratory birds. And then I guess the next question flowing from there is whether there should be any targeted monitoring of birds to confirm the predicted impacts, or in this case, lack of impacts resulting from construction and operation. And I guess we're mainly talking about construction impacts here, but whether there needs to be some targeted monitoring of the birds, or some sort of leading or surrogate indication in relation to the birds.
Look, my view would be that unless the marine modelling and marine assessment is completely skew, there's probably no need to do that, because based on the current evidence, the risks of an impact on the important habitat on the Avalon foreshore is low, and the risks of an extensive impact on the marine environment of Corio Bay that the listed marine species depend on, again, is low. If the risk was medium to high, then you might contemplate perhaps monitoring what the impacts are. But again, there's so much stochastic and natural variability in the system that whether that would show a significant trend or not is kind of doubtful, particularly given the temporary nature of the impact.
And so then your evidence is that they're assuming there are no direct monitoring recommendations in there, that none are required for those reasons.
That's correct.
You know all my questions, so thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
Any follow-up questions for Mr. Lane?
I have a couple that relate to fishing, so I won't go there. I was just fascinated by some of the responses, and yeah, no, enough. No,
I'm not.
No, I'm going to ask just out of interest if I can be indulged. It's not often you get an expert in the room, and when you
I'm
were
scared about where this is going.
when you were providing your overview about birds and the number of them being sighted across the world, the question that popped into my mind, and it's of relevance, I'm acknowledging that, is the impact, could a bird be seen by more than one person at the same time and artificially inflate? Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
How do you disregard?
Sure. It's the concept of double counting.
Or triple or.
Yeah. And when you're designing these programs, in fact, the very first job I had out of university was to help design and implement the citizen science program that gathered the data around the Australian coast on shorebirds. And double counting was a critical concern. We didn't want to send somebody out one day and then somebody out to the site 10 kilometres down the road where all they'd find was the stuff that was counted the week before. So we actually had the count weekend on the one weekend in summer. It was usually in the middle of February. And then in winter, it was one weekend in July, and everybody went out on that weekend at the same time. So it was a simultaneous count. And country by country throughout Asia, that's what they do. And I think more recently, they've looked at the banding data and the movements. They've worked out that the movements of birds between sites is actually far more limited than we thought 40 years ago. And so there's a little bit of flexibility now. You can do it within about a 6-week period in sort of December, January. And the numbers are pretty stable and there's not much movement happening at that time. So that happens internationally and all the results are pooled each year.
You better stop now.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you.
That
That's been interesting.
turned out not to be irrelevant. I was worried he was going to ask you where he should go to get the best flathead, but
I thought so too.
Yeah, on the edge of the plume.
Yeah.
Well,
We were told that.
Yeah. You should be angling for a big plume and chase it around for several months fishing.
okay, well, no questions from me. Any re-examination for Mr. Lane? He may. Thank you for your
Thank you.
participation in the process, Mr. Lane.
You're very welcome.
Okay, that brings us to an end for today's proceedings. So tomorrow we're hearing noise. We're starting our noise exploration. So we will see everyone at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yes, we've filed materials today that will be
We've seen those pop
relying
up on the email.
tomorrow morning. I'll walk you through those and then we'll go straight to the evidence of Mr. Evans.
Yes. Okay. Thanks, everyone. We'll
Thanks
see you
very much.
tomorrow.
Thank you.